find your comfort with easy drift sleep. If you're seeking restful nights, consider liking this episode and subscribing to our channel for more serene tales. Welcome, traveler, to a quiet journey through the ancient pathways of human knowledge. Tonight, we will trace the gentle whispers of history, following the silent footsteps of scribes and scholars as we explore the long, sleepy story of libraries. Imagine a world before books as we know them, a time when stories were told by flickering firelight and wisdom passed from elder to child through the rhythm of spoken words. Yet, even then, the human heart yearned to capture these fleeting thoughts, to hold them fast against the currents of time. Our journey begins in a land cradled between two great rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, a place known as Mesopotamia. Here, in the Fertile Crescent, civilization itself began to blossom, and with it, the very first stirrings of the written word. It was a time of kings and gods, of grand temples and bustling city-states, where the need for record-keeping became paramount. The complexity of governing, of trade, of religious rituals demanded a more permanent form of memory than the human mind alone could provide. And so, the earliest known libraries were born, not from grand halls of learning, but from the practical necessity of administration. These were not places filled with paper volumes, but rather with sturdy, unassuming objects, clay tablets. Imagine a soft, pliable piece of clay, perhaps the size of your palm, carefully smoothed and prepared. Into this damp surface, scribes would press a reed stylus, creating wedge-shaped marks known as cuneiform. This intricate script, one of the earliest forms of writing, captured everything from royal decrees to daily transactions, from epic poems to detailed astronomical observations. These early Mesopotamian libraries, dating back to the 3rd millennium before the Common Era, were primarily archives. They safeguarded the economic transactions of temples, the laws of the land, and the sacred religious texts that guided the lives of the people. Picture a vast room, perhaps within a temple complex or a royal palace, lined with shelves. Upon these shelves, not books, but thousands upon thousands of these clay tablets, each one a testament to a moment in time, a fragment of human thought. They were often stored in baskets, carefully labeled, or stacked neatly on wooden shelves, awaiting the hand that would retrieve them. The transition from the fluid, ephemeral nature of oral traditions to the solid, enduring permanence of written records was a monumental step in the development of human civilization. It allowed knowledge to accumulate, to be passed down through generations with greater accuracy, and to travel beyond the immediate reach of a speaker's voice. Even in its most nascent form, laid the foundational stone for every library that would ever follow. One of the most remarkable of these ancient collections was the Royal Library of Ashurbanipal, located in the ancient city of Nineveh, the capital of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. This magnificent library, flourishing in the 7th century before the Common Era, was a testament to the intellectual curiosity and foresight of King Ashurbanipal himself. He was a monarch who took immense pride in his literacy, a rare trait for a ruler of his time, and he personally oversaw the acquisition and creation of his vast collection. The Library of Ashurbanipal was not merely an archive. It was a deliberate, organized collection of knowledge. It contained over 30,000 clay tablets, a staggering number for its era. Among its treasures were copies of the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest surviving works of literature, recounting the adventures of a legendary king and his quest for immortality. Imagine the quiet dedication of the scribes who painstakingly copied these stories, pressing each cuneiform mark into the clay, ensuring these narratives would endure. These tablets were meticulously organized by subject, a practice that would become a cornerstone of library science throughout history. Scholars believe that the Royal Library of Ashurbanipal even possessed the earliest known library catalogue. This catalogue, likely inscribed on a series of tablets itself, would have listed the contents of the collection, perhaps by subject matter, and even provided incipits, the first lines of a text, to help readers identify the specific tablet they sought. This level of organization speaks to a sophisticated understanding of information management, an early blueprint for the systems we use today. The term library itself, though not used in Mesopotamia, has a fascinating etymology that hints at these ancient beginnings. It derives from the Latin word libraria, meaning a collection of books, and liber, which means book or inner bark of a tree. While the Mesopotamians used clay, the concept of a dedicated space for collected written works, managed by knowledgeable individuals, was firmly established in their ancient cities. Indeed, the first known librarian in history was likely an individual responsible for these very clay tablet archives in Sumerian temples. Their role would have been crucial, not just to store the tablets, but to understand their content, to retrieve them upon request, and to ensure their preservation. This quiet dedication of countless scribes and early librarians over millennia ensured the survival of vast swathes of human knowledge, allowing future generations to build upon the wisdom of their ancestors. The buildings that housed these precious collections were often designed with practicality and preservation in mind. While not the grand architectural marvels of later eras, they were functional spaces, built to protect the fragile clay tablets from the elements. Imagine thick walls, perhaps made of sun-dried bricks, offering insulation against the desert heat and occasional floods. The tablets themselves, once inscribed, were often baked in kilns to harden them, making them remarkably durable, capable of surviving thousands of years buried beneath the sands of time. These ancient collections were not just about storing information. Kings like Ashurbanipal understood the power of the written word to immortalize their deeds, to codify their laws, and to connect with the divine. The tablets in his library covered a vast array of subjects: history, law, medicine, astronomy, mathematics, omens, and literature. They represent a comprehensive snapshot of Assyrian intellectual life, a window into the minds of a people long past. Consider the sheer physical effort involved in creating and maintaining such a library. Each tablet had to be molded, inscribed, dried, and often baked. Then it had to be catalogued and placed in its proper location. Retrieving information would have involved navigating these shells, perhaps with the help of the early catalogue, and carefully handling each heavy, brittle piece of clay. It was a slow, deliberate process, demanding patience and respect for the written word. The quiet hum of activity in these early libraries would have been very different from the hushed reverence of modern institutions. Perhaps the scratching of a stylus on clay, the soft rustle of a basket being moved, or the low murmur of a scholar deciphering an ancient text. These were working spaces, centers of intellectual labor, where the foundation of systematic knowledge was being laid, one clay tablet at a time. The legacy of these Mesopotamian libraries extends far beyond their physical remains. They established the fundamental principles of collection, organization, and preservation that would inform library practices for millennia. The idea that knowledge could be collected, curated, and made accessible for study was a revolutionary concept, one that would profoundly shape human intellectual development. Without these early efforts, much of our understanding of ancient civilizations would be lost to the mists of time. These clay tablets, unearthed by archaeologists centuries later, have provided invaluable insights into the daily lives, beliefs, and achievements of the people who created them. They are not merely historical artifacts, they are direct voices from the past, speaking to us across thousands of years, thanks to the foresight of those who first gathered them into collections. The quiet dedication of those ancient scribes and keepers of knowledge ensured that their world would not be forgotten. As we gently transition from the sun-baked plains of Mesopotamia, imagine the slow, deliberate pace of life in those ancient times. The rhythm of the rivers, the cycle of the seasons, the patient work of the scribes. The world was vast and largely unknown. Yet within these humble clay collections, the seeds of universal knowledge were being sown. The simple act of pressing a reed into clay, repeated millions of times, created an enduring legacy, a silent testament to humanity's unquenchable thirst for understanding. The sun begins to set on the ancient cities of Sumer and Akkad, casting long shadows over the ruins of palaces and temples. The dust of millennia settles softly over the forgotten libraries, yet the knowledge they once held has seeped into the very fabric of human history. We leave behind the sturdy, weighty world of clay, and as the stars begin to appear in the desert sky, our journey turns westward. A new material, lighter and more flexible, is beginning to emerge from the fertile banks of the Nile, promising to reshape the future of libraries and carry the written word across new horizons. Our journey now carries us gently across the shifting sands, away from the monumental ziggurats and the inscribed clay of Mesopotamia. The sun, a warm, reassuring presence, dips slowly towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of soft rose and deep violet. We are drawn by the ancient whispers of the Nile. A river whose life-giving waters nourished not only crops, but also the very seeds of a new era in written communication. This era would transform the nature of libraries, making knowledge more portable, more accessible, and ultimately more widespread. The material emerging from the fertile banks of the Nile was papyrus, a remarkable invention that revolutionized the recording of information. Unlike the heavy, brittle clay tablets, papyrus offered a lightweight, flexible surface that could be easily rolled, stored, and transported. Its origins stretch back to the earliest dynasties of ancient Egypt, with archaeological evidence suggesting its use as far back as the First Dynasty around 3000 BCE. The very word paper itself derives from papyrus, a testament to its enduring legacy. The plant from which papyrus was made, Cyprus papyrus, is a tall reed-like sedge that once grew abundantly in the shallow waters of the Nile Delta. It could reach heights of up to 5 meters. Its thick, triangular stalks crowned with feathery, greenish-brown flower clusters. The process of transforming this plant into a writing material was an intricate craft perfected over centuries by skilled Egyptian artisans. It was a labor-intensive endeavor, requiring both precision and patience, contributing to the value and prestige of the finished product. First, the outer green rind of the papyrus stalk was carefully removed, revealing the pithy white interior. This pith was then sliced longitudinally into thin strips, often no more than a few millimeters thick. The quality of these strips was crucial. The finest papyrus came from the central part of the stalk, yielding wider and more uniform pieces. These strips were then laid out side by side on a flat surface, slightly overlapping to form a single layer. A second layer was then placed on top, perpendicular to the first, creating a crisscross pattern. Once these 2 layers were arranged, they were moistened with water, often Nile water, which was believed to have natural adhesive properties due to its silty content. The sheets were then pressed together, either by hand or with a heavy stone, and left to dry under the sun. The natural sap within the papyrus plant acted as a glue, binding the layers together into a single cohesive sheet. After drying, the rough surfaces were polished smooth with a stone, shell, or piece of ivory, preparing them to receive ink. The resultant sheets, typically measuring around 20 by 30 centimeters, were known as kolema. For longer texts, multiple kolemata were glued together end to end to form a continuous roll or scroll, often reaching lengths of several meters. The longest known papyrus scroll, the Harris Papyrus I, measures over 40 meters. The invention of papyrus profoundly impacted the nature of libraries and record-keeping. Suddenly, texts were no longer confined to the cumbersome weight of clay. They could be rolled up, tied with a string, and sealed with a clay bulla, making them infinitely more portable. This portability facilitated the spread of knowledge, allowing administrative records, religious texts, literary works, and scientific treatises to travel more easily across vast distances. The Egyptian scribes, revered figures in their society, were masters of this new medium, their elegant hieroglyphs and hieratic scripts flowing smoothly across the fibrous surface. The earliest Egyptian libraries were often associated with temples and royal palaces, serving as repositories for sacred texts, historical annals, and administrative documents. These collections were not public in the modern sense, but were vital for the functioning of the state and the preservation of religious traditions. The House of Life, for instance, was a significant institution attached to many major temples. It functioned as a scriptorium, a school, and a library, where scribes copied texts, studied ancient wisdom, and composed new works. These institutions were crucial for maintaining the continuous thread of Egyptian culture and knowledge over thousands of years. One of the most famous early examples of a royal library is found in the mortuary temple of Ramesses II, the Ramesseum, built around 1250 BCE. Within its walls, inscriptions speak of a house of books, or library of the soul, a repository for sacred writings and medical texts. Such libraries were not merely storage facilities, they were centers of scholarship, where priests and scribes engaged in the study and interpretation of ancient texts, ensuring their accurate transmission to future generations. The texts housed within these libraries covered a vast array of subjects, from religious hymns and funerary rituals to medical treatises, astronomical observations, and literary narratives. The transition from clay to papyrus also brought about changes in how texts were organized and accessed. While clay tablets were often stored on shelves, sometimes within large pottery jars, papyrus scrolls were typically kept in cylindrical boxes or pigeonholes. Each scroll would often have a small tag or syllabus attached to its end, indicating the title and author, allowing for easier identification without having to unroll the entire document. This system, while still requiring careful handling, was a significant improvement in terms of accessibility compared to the often unlabeled clay tablets of earlier civilizations. The influence of papyrus extended far beyond the borders of Egypt. As trade routes flourished and cultural exchanges increased, papyrus became the dominant writing material throughout the Mediterranean world. The Greeks and Romans in particular adopted papyrus with enthusiasm, using it for everything from philosophical treatises and epic poems to legal documents and private letters. The demand for papyrus was so great that Egypt became a major exporter, its papyrus industry a cornerstone of its economy for centuries. As we gently drift through the annals of time, we find ourselves approaching the Hellenistic period, a time of immense intellectual ferment and the rise of truly monumental libraries. The conquests of Alexander the Great, which spread Greek culture and language across a vast empire, laid the groundwork for an unprecedented flourishing of scholarship and learning. With the establishment of the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt, a new city emerged as the intellectual heart of the ancient world, Alexandria. Alexandria, founded by Alexander himself in 331 BCE, quickly grew into a bustling metropolis, a vibrant center of commerce, culture, and scholarship. Its strategic location at the crossroads of three continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe, made it a melting pot of ideas and a magnet for scholars from across the known world. It was here, under the patronage of the Ptolemaic kings, that the most ambitious library project of antiquity was conceived and brought to fruition, the Great Library of Alexandria. The Library of Alexandria was not merely a collection of scrolls, it was an institution, a research center, and a symbol of intellectual ambition on an unparalleled scale. It was established in the 3rd century BCE, likely during the reign of Ptolemy I Soter, or his son, Ptolemy II Philadelphus. The precise details of its founding and early development are shrouded in the mists of history, but its reputation as the preeminent center of learning in the ancient world is undeniable. The library was part of a larger complex known as the Mausoleum, or Museum, a temple dedicated to the Muses, the Greek goddesses of inspiration. The Mausoleum was not a museum in the modern sense, but rather an academy, a sanctuary for scholars, poets, philosophers, and scientists. It included lecture halls, laboratories, observatories, and botanical gardens, providing an ideal environment for intellectual inquiry and collaboration. The library was its beating heart, supplying the vast textual resources necessary for scholarly pursuits. The ambition of the Ptolemies was to collect all the books in the world. This was a colossal undertaking, requiring immense resources and a dedicated staff. Agents were sent across the Mediterranean and beyond, tasked with acquiring every available scroll, whether by purchase, copy, or even less scrupulous means. Legend has it that ships docking in Alexandria were required to surrender any books on board, which would then be copied by the library's scribes. The original would be kept for the library, and the copy returned to the owner. This policy, whether entirely true or embellished by later accounts, illustrates the library's relentless pursuit of knowledge. The collection grew rapidly, eventually numbering hundreds of thousands of scrolls. Estimates vary widely, but some ancient sources suggest figures ranging from 400,000 to 700,000 scrolls. It is important to remember that a single book in ancient terms might correspond to a single scroll, and a lengthy work like Homer's Iliad would have comprised several scrolls. Regardless of the exact number, the sheer volume of texts was unprecedented, making it by far the largest library the world had ever seen. The organization of such a vast collection was a monumental task in itself. The challenge fell to a succession of brilliant scholars who served as chief librarians. Among them figures like Zenodotus of Ephesus, Callimachus of Cyrene, Eratosthenes of Cyrene, and Aristophanes of Byzantium. These scholars were not merely custodians of books, they were active researchers, editors, and catalogers, whose work laid the foundations for modern bibliography and textual criticism. Callimachus in particular is credited with creating the Pinaches, a comprehensive catalogue of the library's holdings. This work, comprising 120 books, organized texts by genre: poetry, history, philosophy, medicine, rhetoric, and so forth, and then alphabetically by author within each genre. It provided biographical information about the authors and a list of their works, often with the first line of each text. The Pinaches was an extraordinary achievement, providing a systematic framework for accessing and understanding the immense collection, and serving as a model for future library catalogues. The Library of Alexandria was a vibrant center of intellectual activity. Scholars from across the Hellenistic world flocked to Alexandria, drawn by the promise of unparalleled resources and the opportunity to engage with the greatest minds of their time. They studied, debated, wrote commentaries, and produced new works across every conceivable discipline. Mathematics, astronomy, medicine, geography, literary criticism, all flourished within the library's orbit. Eratosthenes, for example, the third chief librarian, was a polymath renowned for his work in geography. He famously calculated the circumference of the Earth with remarkable accuracy, using observations of shadows cast by the sun at different locations. His work, and the work of many others, would have been impossible without the vast collection of geographical, astronomical, and mathematical texts housed in the library. Another notable scholar associated with the library was Euclid, whose Elements systematized geometry and became a foundational text for mathematics for over 2 millennia. Archimedes, though not a resident scholar, corresponded with Alexandrian mathematicians, and his work was certainly studied and preserved there. The library was a crucible for scientific discovery and theoretical advancement, pushing the boundaries of human knowledge in countless directions. The library's influence extended to the very language and literature of the Greek world. Alexandrian scholars meticulously edited and preserved the classical Greek texts, establishing canonical versions of works by Homer, Hesiod, and the great tragedians. Their critical editions, complete with textual notes and commentaries, were essential for transmitting these foundational works to later generations. Without their dedication, much of ancient Greek literature might have been lost to time. However, the story of the Great Library of Alexandria is also one of gradual decline and eventual loss. Its destruction is not attributed to a single catastrophic event, but rather to a series of misfortunes and periods of neglect over several centuries. The most commonly cited culprits include Julius Caesar's siege of Alexandria in 48 BCE, during which a fire reportedly destroyed part of the library or its associated warehouses. While some sources suggest this fire was devastating, others indicate that the main library may have survived, or that only a portion of its collection was lost. Later, under Roman rule, the library's fortunes waned. Political instability, religious conflicts, and a shift in intellectual centers contributed to its decline. The Serapeum, a daughter library or annex of the main library, housed a significant collection of scrolls and may have continued to function for some time after the main library's decline. However, even the Serapeum was eventually destroyed, likely in the late 4th century CE, during a period of intense religious strife. The loss of the Library of Alexandria represents one of the greatest cultural tragedies in human history. The sheer volume of knowledge that vanished, original works, unique copies, and the accumulated wisdom of centuries is almost unfathomable. While some texts were undoubtedly copied and circulated, many were likely unique to Alexandria, leaving an irreplaceable void in our understanding of the ancient world. The echoes of its grandeur, however, continued to inspire, shaping the ideal of what a universal library could be. As the light of the Hellenistic age began to dim, another powerful civilization rose to prominence, one that would inherit and adapt many of the intellectual traditions of Greece: Rome. The Romans, practical and pragmatic, initially focused their literary efforts on law, history, and rhetoric. Their libraries, while not reaching the monumental scale of Alexandria, played a crucial role in disseminating knowledge throughout their vast empire. Roman libraries evolved from private collections owned by wealthy individuals and scholars. These private libraries were often a mark of status and intellectual sophistication, filled with Greek and Latin scrolls. Prominent figures like Cicero, Seneca, and Pliny the Younger meticulously curated their personal collections, viewing books as indispensable companions for study and reflection. These private libraries were often open to a select circle of friends and scholars, fostering intellectual discourse within elite Roman society. The concept of public libraries, however, also took root in Rome. Julius Caesar himself had plans for a grand public library, though his assassination prevented its realization. It was Asinius Pollio, a distinguished orator, historian, and patron of the arts, who established the first public library in Rome around 39 BCE. Located in the Atrium Libertatis, it was a pioneering institution, making books accessible to a wider segment of the Roman population. This library, and those that followed, typically housed separate collections for Greek and Latin works, reflecting the bilingual nature of Roman intellectual life. Emperors continued the tradition of establishing public libraries. Augustus founded two significant public libraries, the Octavian Library on the Palatine Hill and the Porticus of Philippus. Later emperors such as Tiberius, Vespasian, Trajan, and Hadrian also contributed to Rome's growing network of public libraries. The most famous of these was the Ulpian Library, established by Emperor Trajan in his Forum around 112 CE. It was a magnificent complex comprising two separate buildings, one for Greek texts and one for Latin, and was considered one of the finest libraries in Rome. Roman libraries, like their Greek predecessors, primarily housed papyrus scrolls. These scrolls were stored in wooden cupboards or armoria, often arranged along the walls of grand halls adorned with busts of famous authors and philosophers. The scrolls themselves were typically organized by author and subject, with identifying tags or tituli attached to their ends. While the Roman system was not as sophisticated as Callimachus's Pinaces, it allowed for relatively efficient retrieval of texts. The architecture of Roman libraries often reflected their public and imperial nature. They were grand, stately buildings, designed not only for the storage of books, but also as spaces for reading, study, and intellectual gathering. Marble columns, intricate frescoes, and statues of literary figures created an atmosphere of reverence for knowledge. These libraries served as cultural centers, places where citizens could engage with literature, history, and philosophy, reinforcing Roman identity and values. Beyond Rome itself, libraries spread throughout the Roman Empire. Provincial cities, particularly in the Greek East, established their own public and private collections. The Library of Celsus in Ephesus, for example, built in the 2nd century CE, stands as a stunning architectural testament to the importance of libraries in the Roman world. Its ornate facade, with niches for statues and intricate carvings, speaks to the high regard in which learning was held. The content of Roman libraries was diverse, encompassing a wide range of subjects: legal texts, historical annals, philosophical treatises, epic poetry, dramatic works, and technical manuals were all part of the collections. Roman scholars and writers such as Livy, Tacitus, Virgil, Horace, and Ovid contributed their own works to these growing repositories of knowledge. The Roman emphasis on practical knowledge meant that subjects like engineering, architecture, and agriculture were also well represented. However, the Roman world, like the Hellenistic world before it, faced its own challenges. The decline of the Western Roman Empire, marked by political instability, economic collapse, and barbarian invasions, led to the gradual decay and destruction of many Roman libraries. The shift from paganism to Christianity also played a role, as some Christian communities viewed classical pagan texts with suspicion, leading to their neglect or deliberate destruction. Yet even as the papyrus scroll began to give way to a new form of book, the codex, made from parchment, and as the grand public libraries of antiquity slowly faded, the spirit of collecting and preserving knowledge endured. The legacy of Alexandria and Rome, though often fragmented, would be carried forward by new institutions and new custodians of the written word. From the clay tablets of Mesopotamia to the papyrus scrolls of Egypt, Greece, and Rome, has shown us the evolution of libraries as physical spaces and as intellectual centers. We have seen how materials, methods of organization, and the very purpose of libraries transformed over millennia. The sun has now fully set on the classical world, and a gentle coolness descends upon the landscape. The grand halls of Alexandria and Rome are now silent, as scrolls scattered or lost to the winds of time. But the knowledge they once held, like seeds carried by the breeze, would find new ground to sprout. As the stars begin to emerge, twinkling softly in the vast expanse above, we prepare for a new chapter in our story. The world is changing, and with it, the form of the book. Papyrus, though revolutionary, had its limitations. It was fragile, susceptible to humidity and insects, and its production was largely confined to Egypt. A new material, more durable and versatile, was already emerging, destined to carry the torch of literacy through the coming centuries. This material, derived from animal skins, would fundamentally alter the shape and longevity of books, paving the way for the medieval manuscript and the monastic libraries that would become the guardians of learning in a turbulent age. We leave behind the delicate rustle of papyrus, and as the night deepens, we anticipate the quiet, steady strength of parchment, and the patient hands that would carefully inscribe upon its surface. The quiet strength of parchment indeed began to shape the very future of written knowledge. This durable material, painstakingly prepared from animal hides, offered a resilience that papyrus simply could not match. The process of creating parchment was itself an intricate art, one that evolved over centuries. It began with the careful selection of hides, typically from calves, goats, or sheep, animals whose skin offered the ideal balance of strength and flexibility. After the animal was flayed, the hide underwent a series of meticulous treatments. First, it was soaked in water for several days to clean it thoroughly and to loosen any remaining flesh or hair. This initial soaking was crucial as it prepared the hide for the next, more transformative step. Following the soaking, the hide was transferred to a lime solution, a mixture of water and calcium hydroxide. This alkaline bath served multiple purposes. It helped to further loosen the hair follicles, making depilation easier. And it also began the process of plumping the skin, altering its protein structure to make it more receptive to stretching. The hides would remain in the lime solution for a period ranging from several days to a few weeks, depending on the thickness of the skin and the desired quality of the parchment. Skilled parchment makers would regularly agitate the solution and inspect the hides, ensuring an even treatment. Once removed from the lime bath, the hides were stretched tightly onto a wooden frame called a hearse. This stretching was a critical stage, as it determined the final smoothness and flatness of the parchment. While stretched on the hearse, the remaining hair and flesh were meticulously scraped away using a curved knife known as a lunellum. This scraping was performed on both sides of the hide, often requiring multiple passes until the surface was clean, thin, and uniform. The tension on the frame was gradually increased as the hide dried, preventing wrinkles and ensuring a taut, even surface. After the scraping and stretching, the parchment was often treated with pumice stone to smooth its surface further, making it more receptive to ink. Chalk or a similar white powder might also be rubbed into the surface to whiten it and to provide a better contrast for the ink. This entire process, from rawhide to finished sheet, was labor-intensive and time-consuming, requiring considerable skill and patience. The resulting material, however, was exceptionally durable. Unlike papyrus, parchment could be folded, sewn, and written on both sides without cracking or deteriorating. It resisted moisture far better than its predecessor and was less susceptible to insect damage. This inherent robustness made it the ideal medium for the codex, a revolutionary format that would transform the very nature of the book. The codex, with its bound pages, offered distinct advantages over the scroll. Scrolls were cumbersome. To find a specific passage, one had to unroll the entire length, often a considerable undertaking. The codex, by contrast, allowed for quick access to any part of the text. Pages could be turned with ease, and multiple texts could be bound together in a single volume. This innovation profoundly changed how people interacted with written knowledge. It made reading a more intimate and personal experience, facilitating study and cross-referencing. The codex also proved to be far more efficient in terms of storage, as bound volumes could be stacked neatly on shelves, maximizing space within a library. The adoption of the codex, coupled with the superior durability of parchment, coincided with a period of profound upheaval in Europe. As the Roman Empire gradually fragmented and declined in the West, the grand public libraries of antiquity, with their vast collections of papyrus scrolls, began to dwindle. Political instability, economic decline, and the shifting intellectual landscape meant that the infrastructure supporting these large civic institutions crumbled. However, amidst this decline, a new kind of institution began to emerge as the primary guardian of learning: the monastery. Monasteries, often established in remote or rural areas, became isolated bastions of scholarship and literacy during the early medieval period, sometimes referred to as the Dark Ages. These communities, dedicated to prayer, work, and study, recognized the profound importance of preserving sacred texts and the knowledge of the past. The monastic rule, particularly that of Saint Benedict, which became widely adopted across Western Europe, emphasized the value of reading and manual labor. Within these self-sufficient communities, scribes, known as copyists or scriptoria, dedicated their lives to the painstaking reproduction of manuscripts. The scriptorium, the writing room within a monastery, was a place of quiet industry. It was often situated in a well-lit area, perhaps near a window or in a cloister walk, to maximize natural light during the day. Artificial light was used sparingly, if at all, due to the risk of fire and the cost of materials. The scribes worked in silence, or sometimes with soft chanting, their concentration absolute. Each scribe would sit at a carrel, a small desk or cubicle, with their tools laid out before them. These tools included quills, typically made from goose or swan feathers, meticulously sharpened with a penknife. Ink, usually black or brown, was prepared from gall nuts, iron salts, and gum arabic, a recipe that had been perfected over centuries. Red ink, often made from cinnabar or minium, was reserved for rubrics, headings, initial letters, or important passages, a practice that gave us the word rubric itself, from the Latin ruber, meaning red. The process of copying a manuscript was incredibly laborious. A scribe would begin by preparing the parchment, ruling lines on each page to ensure straight and uniform text. This was done using a pointed stylus or a lead plummet, carefully marking the margins and the spaces between lines. Then, with the exemplar, the manuscript being copied, placed before them, the scribe would begin the slow, deliberate work of transcription. Each letter, each word, each line was carefully formed, a testament to immense patience and dedication. A single large manuscript could take months or even years to complete, requiring the efforts of multiple scribes. The accuracy of the copy was paramount. Scribes were trained to avoid errors, but mistakes inevitably occurred. Sometimes a scribe might omit a word or a line or misspell a name. To correct these errors, a corrector would often review the finished manuscript, noting discrepancies and making corrections in the margins, or by erasing and rewriting. The monastic scriptorium was not merely a place of reproduction. It was also a center of scholarship. Monks would not only copy texts but also study them, creating commentaries, glosses, and sometimes even new works. The types of texts copied in monastic scriptoria were primarily religious: Bibles, liturgical books, patristic writings, and theological treatises. However, monasteries also played a crucial role in preserving classical Latin texts, works of Roman history, philosophy, poetry, and science that might otherwise have been lost. Scholars like Cassiodorus, a Roman statesman who founded the Vivarium monastery in southern Italy in the 6th century, explicitly instructed his monks to copy both sacred and secular texts. He understood that the knowledge of the past, even pagan knowledge, was valuable for understanding the present and for enriching Christian thought. Cassiodorus's Vivarium was an early and influential example of a monastic center dedicated to learning. He established a scriptorium and a library, providing his monks with the tools and the motivation to engage in intellectual pursuits. He even wrote a guide for his scribes, the Institutiones Divinarum et Secularium Literarum, which outlined the importance of copying and preserving texts. This work became a foundational text for monastic education and library development. Another pivotal figure in the preservation of knowledge was Saint Benedict of Nursia, whose rule, written in the 6th century, became the bedrock of Western monasticism. The Benedictine rule prescribed a balanced life of prayer, work, and study. It mandated daily reading, and by extension, the need for books and the means to produce them. The Benedictine monasteries, which spread across Europe from the 7th century onwards, became the most important centers for manuscript production and library development throughout the early and high Middle Ages. The library within a monastery was not a public institution in the modern sense. It was primarily for the use of the monastic community itself, serving the needs of prayer, study, and teaching. Early monastic libraries were often modest, consisting of a few dozen or a few hundred volumes. These books were precious commodities, carefully protected and highly valued. They were often stored in chests or cupboards, sometimes chained to desks to prevent theft, a practice that continued for centuries. The chaining of books, while seemingly restrictive, was a practical measure to ensure that valuable texts remained within the library for the use of the community. The Carolingian Renaissance, which began in the late 8th century under the patronage of Charlemagne, marked a significant revival of learning and a flourishing of monastic libraries. Charlemagne, deeply concerned about the decline of literacy and education in his empire, initiated a widespread reform program. He sought to standardize texts, promote accurate copying, and establish schools within monasteries and cathedrals. He invited scholars from across Europe, such as Alcuin of York, to his court at Aachen, creating an intellectual hub that spurred a resurgence in manuscript production. Alcuin, a prominent scholar and abbot, played a crucial role in Charlemagne's reforms. He oversaw the creation of a new, more legible script known as Carolingian minuscule. This script was clear, standardized, and easier to read than the various regional scripts that had developed after the fall of Rome. Its adoption greatly improved the legibility of manuscripts and facilitated the dissemination of knowledge. The Carolingian minuscule was so successful that it eventually became the basis for the typefaces we use today. Under Charlemagne's influence, monastic scriptoria became highly productive. Monasteries like Corvey, St. Gall, and Fulda became renowned for their extensive libraries and their output of beautifully illuminated manuscripts. The books produced during this period included not only religious texts, but also classical works, histories, scientific treatises, and grammars. Charlemagne's reforms ensured that a vast amount of ancient knowledge was preserved and transmitted to future generations, preventing its complete loss during a turbulent era. The illumination of manuscripts was another exquisite art form that flourished in monastic scriptoria. Illuminators, often monks themselves, would adorn the texts with intricate designs, vibrant colors, and sometimes gold or silver leaf. These illuminations served not only an aesthetic purpose, but also a didactic one, illustrating narratives and making the texts more engaging, especially for those with limited literacy. Initial letters, often enlarged and elaborately decorated, marked the beginning of chapters or significant sections, drawing the reader's eye. The colors used were derived from natural pigments, reds from minium or cinnabar, blues from lapis lazuli, greens from malachite, and yellows from orpiment. The application of gold leaf, known as gilding, added a luminous quality, transforming the manuscript into a truly precious object. The process of illumination was as meticulous as the copying itself. After the scribe had completed the text, the illuminator would sketch out the designs in faint ink or lead point. Then the colors would be applied, often in layers, to achieve depth and vibrancy. Finally, gold leaf, if used, would be carefully laid down and burnished to a brilliant shine. These illuminated manuscripts were not just books, they were works of art, embodying the spiritual and intellectual devotion of the monastic communities that created them. As the Middle Ages progressed, monastic libraries continued to grow in size and importance. By the 12th and 13th centuries, some monastic libraries housed thousands of volumes, making them the largest and most comprehensive collections of their time. The Benedictine Abbey of Cluny in France, for example, boasted a library of several hundred volumes by the 12th century. A significant collection for the era. The Cistercian order, while initially emphasizing manual labor and a more austere approach, also developed impressive libraries to support their theological studies. The organization of these monastic libraries, while varying from one institution to another, generally reflected the practical needs of the community. Books were often categorized by subject matter, such as theology, philosophy, history, and grammar. Inventories or library catalogues were meticulously kept, listing the books held by the monastery. These catalogues, often written on parchment rolls or in bound volumes, served as essential tools for managing the collection and for tracking loans. Books were sometimes lent to other monasteries or to scholars, but such loans were carefully recorded and often required a pledge of equal value to ensure the books returned. The monastic library was more than just a repository of books. It was a center of intellectual activity. Monks engaged in translation, commentary, and the composition of new works. They preserved not only the texts themselves, but also the traditions of scholarship and learning. Without the tireless efforts of these monastic communities, much of the classical heritage of Greece and Rome, as well as the foundational texts of Christianity, would have been lost to history. Their scriptoria and libraries acted as vital bridges, transmitting knowledge across the chasm of the early medieval period, ensuring its survival until the intellectual awakenings of the High Middle Ages and the Renaissance. The quiet hum of the scriptorium, the gentle scratching of a quill on parchment, the scent of ink and aged vellum, these were the sensory hallmarks of a world dedicated to the preservation of words. Each manuscript was a labor of love, a testament to faith and intellect, painstakingly crafted to endure. These books, often bound in sturdy wooden boards covered with leather, were built to last, reflecting the enduring nature of the knowledge they contained. The covers might be plain or elaborately decorated, sometimes with metal bosses or clasps to protect the pages within. The very act of reading in a monastic library was a contemplative experience. The reader would often stand at a lectern or sit at a desk, carefully turning the heavy parchment pages. The light, often dim, would necessitate close attention, fostering a deep engagement with the text. This was not a world of quick browsing or superficial scanning. It was a world of slow, deliberate absorption, where each word carried weight and meaning. The silence of the library was profound, broken only by the rustle of pages or the occasional cough of a scholar. The influence of these monastic libraries extended far beyond their walls. They served as educational centers, training future generations of clergy and scholars. They provided the intellectual foundation for the development of universities, which began to emerge in the 12th and 13th centuries. As universities grew, they too established their own libraries, drawing upon the traditions and collections established by the monasteries. The legacy of monastic scholarship, built upon the sturdy foundation of parchment and the codex, thus laid the groundwork for the intellectual flourishing that would characterize later periods. The journey from the fragile papyrus scrolls of Alexandria to the robust parchment codices of the monastic scriptorium represents a profound evolution in the history of libraries and the transmission of knowledge. It is a story of adaptation, resilience, and unwavering dedication. The monks in their quiet cloisters became the unsung heroes of literacy, recording and preserving the wisdom of generations, ensuring that the light of learning would never fade, carefully tending the flame of learning through centuries of change and uncertainty. Their legacy is etched not only in the surviving manuscripts, but also in the very structure of our modern understanding of books and libraries. As the evening deepens further and the world outside grows still, we can almost hear the faint rustle of parchment pages turning in a medieval scriptorium. We can imagine the steady hand of a scribe, illuminated by the soft glow of a single candle, meticulously forming each letter, preserving ancient wisdom for a future he could not fully envision. The quiet dedication of these individuals and the enduring strength of the materials they used ensured that the stories, the philosophies, and the histories of the past would not be lost. We leave behind the cloistered walls of the monastery, carrying with us the quiet strength of their enduring legacy, and prepare for the next chapter in the unfolding story of libraries, where the centers of learning will begin to shift and expand once more. The quiet strength of enduring legacy lingered, a soft echo within the cloistered walls. The world outside those walls, however, was beginning a slow, profound transformation, a shift that would reshape the very nature of how knowledge was stored, shared, and experienced. This change began not with a sudden revolution, but with a gentle turn, the turn of a page. For centuries, the scroll had been the dominant form for written works. Imagine the slow, deliberate unrolling of papyrus or parchment, the careful winding and unwinding to find a specific passage. It was a beautiful, ancient ritual, but one that presented certain practical limitations. The Codex, the precursor to the modern book, began to gain prominence in the Roman world around the 1st to 4th centuries of the Common Era. This new format, with its folded pages bound at one edge, offered a remarkable ergonomic improvement. The act of turning the pages of a codex was significantly easier and more intuitive than the often cumbersome process of unrolling a long scroll. Early Christian communities in particular adopted the codex format with enthusiasm. For them, the codex was more than just a practical improvement. It was a revolutionary tool for holding sacred texts. Its portability made it ideal for missionaries and for worship services in diverse locations. More importantly, the codex allowed for easier referencing of specific passages, a crucial feature for theological study and debate. Imagine trying to quickly find a particular verse in a long, continuous scroll. The codex, with its distinct pages and potential for indexing, transformed this experience. It permitted a reader to flip between pages, to compare different sections, and to navigate a text with unprecedented ease. The transition from scrolls to codices was largely complete by the 4th century CE, marking a significant evolution in book technology. These early codices were often crafted with great care, made from vellum, a fine parchment derived from calfskin, and bound between sturdy wooden boards, often covered in leather, for protection and durability. The materials themselves spoke of value and permanence, fitting for the precious knowledge they contained. As the Western Roman Empire began its long, gradual decline, many classical texts faced the threat of loss or dispersal. The grand public libraries of antiquity, once vibrant centers of learning, suffered from neglect and destruction. In this period of fragmentation and change, monastic libraries emerged as vital sanctuaries. They became, in essence, the sole preservers of written culture in Europe, cradling the intellectual heritage of the past through centuries of upheaval. Monasteries transformed into crucial centers for learning and book production during the Middle Ages. Within their quiet walls, a new kind of intellectual life flourished, with scribes copying and illuminating texts by hand, preserving and passing knowledge from one generation to the next, page by page, in a world where the light of knowledge flickered, yet never fully extinguished. One deeply intertwined with spiritual discipline, the Benedictine order, founded by Saint Benedict of Nursia in the 6th century, played a particularly pivotal role. The Rule of Saint Benedict, a foundational text for monastic life, mandated daily reading for monks. This simple yet profound directive fostered the growth of monastic libraries, making scholarship and the preservation of texts an integral part of monastic existence. Cassiodorus, a Roman statesman of the 6th century, further exemplified this dedication to learning. He founded the Vivarium monastery, establishing a scriptorium specifically dedicated to copying and preserving both sacred and secular texts. This vision, shared by many monastic communities, ensured that the wisdom of ancient Greece and Rome, alongside Christian scriptures and theological works, would endure. Within the monasteries, the scriptorium became the heart of intellectual activity. This specialized room, often located near windows to maximize natural light, was where monks meticulously copied manuscripts by hand. The work was painstaking, requiring immense concentration and skill. It was considered a form of prayer, a spiritual discipline that contributed to the glory of God and the preservation of knowledge. The quiet rustle of parchment, the gentle scratching of quills, and the soft glow of candlelight would have been common sounds and sights within these dedicated spaces. The production of a single medieval manuscript was a complex, multi-stage process involving several specialized roles. Scribes were responsible for the main text, carefully forming each letter. Rubricators added red lettering for titles, initial letters, or important sections, a practice known as rubrication. Illuminators adorned the pages with intricate designs, often using vibrant colors and gold leaf, turning the manuscripts into breathtaking works of art. Finally, binders assembled the pages and created the protective covers. Before the advent of printing, a single large book could take a scribe several months or even years to complete. A testament to the immense value placed on each volume. Scribes used quills, typically fashioned from the feathers of large birds like geese, and ink made from various natural ingredients, soot, plant extracts, or iron gall. The preparation of these materials was an art in itself. Illuminated manuscripts, often decorated with precious gold leaf, were exceptionally valuable, not merely as texts, but as objects of immense artistic and material worth. Vellum, a finer type of parchment made from calfskin, was often reserved for particularly important or luxurious manuscripts, its smooth, durable surface providing an exquisite canvas for the scribe and illuminator. At the end of many manuscripts, scribes would include a colophon, a note detailing information about the copying process. These colophons often provided the scribe's name, the date of completion, and sometimes even personal reflections or prayers, offering a rare glimpse into the lives and thoughts of these dedicated individuals. Monastic scriptoria produced masterpieces that continue to astound us today. The Book of Kells, an illuminated manuscript gospel book created by Irish monks around 800 CE, stands as a prime example of the artistic and scribal excellence achieved during this period. The Lindisfarne Gospels, another masterpiece of insular art, showcases the exquisite craftsmanship nurtured within these monastic centers. These books were not just repositories of text. They were expressions of faith, art, and meticulous dedication. To protect these invaluable treasures, monastic libraries often employed a unique system. They chained books to shelves. The chained library concept ensured that precious books remained within the library room, accessible for study, but safe from theft. These chains were typically long enough to allow a book to be taken to a nearby desk for reading, but prevented its removal from the room. This practice, reflecting the immense value and scarcity of books, continued in some institutions even after the invention of printing. Medieval monastic libraries also began to develop rudimentary cataloging systems. These were often simple lists of titles or authors, providing a record of the monastery's holdings and a basic means of organization. Over centuries, the concept of organizing books by subject matter gradually evolved, laying the groundwork for more sophisticated library classification systems. The monastic tradition of copying texts ensured the survival of countless works that would otherwise have been lost to history. Many ancient texts, both classical and early Christian, only survive today because they were painstakingly copied and recopied by generations of monks. Byzantine monasteries in the Eastern Roman Empire also continued this vital tradition of manuscript copying and preservation, maintaining a continuous link to ancient knowledge. Irish monasteries in particular played an extraordinarily vital role in copying and preserving Latin and Greek texts during the early Middle Ages, a period sometimes referred to as the Dark Ages in Western Europe. Their isolated location often protected them from the widespread destruction that affected continental Europe, allowing them to become beacons of learning. The Library of Monte Cassino, founded by Saint Benedict himself, became a crucial repository of classical and theological texts throughout the Middle Ages. Another remarkable example is the Library of the Abbey of St. Gall in Switzerland. Founded in the 8th century, it is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, preserving many of its original medieval manuscripts and its unique library hall. The Library of the Monastery of St. Catherine in Sinai, Egypt, is often cited as one of the oldest continuously operating libraries in the world, holding an invaluable collection of ancient manuscripts, including the Codex Sinaiticus, one of the oldest surviving complete codices of the Bible, sometimes requiring a pledge or deposit to ensure their safe return, a practice that foreshadowed modern library lending policies. The margins of these manuscripts often tell another story. Marginalia, notes or drawings added by readers, provide fascinating insights into how texts were read and interpreted by past generations. These annotations reveal questions, comments, and personal reflections, creating a dialogue across centuries. A gradual but significant shift occurred in medieval libraries, the transition from reading aloud to silent reading. In ancient times, reading was primarily an oral activity, even when alone. But in monastic and scholarly settings during the Middle Ages, silent reading became increasingly common. This transformation profoundly changed the personal experience of engaging with texts, making reading a more internal and private act, fostering deeper concentration and individual interpretation. As the quiet chambers of monastic scriptoria continued their vital work, preserving the past with meticulous care, the world outside was stirring. A new intellectual awakening began to sweep across Europe, bringing with it a renewed focus on learning and the expansion of knowledge that would soon reach beyond the monastery walls. This awakening, often called the Carolingian Renaissance, under the patronage of Charlemagne, spurred a revival of learning and the establishment of new monastic libraries alongside cathedral schools. Alcuin of York, a prominent scholar during Charlemagne's reign, played a key role in this revival. He was instrumental in standardizing script, promoting education, and encouraging the copying of texts, particularly the Bible, across Charlemagne's vast empire. This concerted effort significantly boosted library growth and the dissemination of knowledge. The Library of the Abbey of Corvey in Germany, for instance, became a major center for the transmission of classical Latin literature during this Carolingian era, ensuring that these ancient voices continued to speak. Then, in the High Middle Ages, a new kind of institution began to emerge: the university. These nascent universities, such as those in Bologna, Paris, and Oxford, created a demand for books that monastic scriptoria alone could not fully meet. University libraries began to grow, often distinct from their monastic counterparts, serving the specific needs of students and scholars. These early academic libraries initially consisted of collections of lecture notes and required texts. University libraries often had a common collection for general use and a special collection for rare or valuable books. The chained library section, where valuable reference books were secured to desks for on-site consultation, remained a feature in many university settings, reflecting the continued preciousness of books. The Sorbonne Library in Paris, established in the 13th century, became one of the most important and influential academic libraries in medieval Europe, known for its extensive collection and systematic organization. To meet the growing demand for textbooks, medieval universities developed the Pisha system. This innovative method allowed for the standardized and relatively rapid copying of texts. A master copy of a text, known as the exemplar, was divided into sections, or Pisha. These sections could then be rented out to scribes who would copy them, ensuring consistency and speeding up the production of books for students. A technological shift, originating far to the east, also began to influence book production in Europe. The invention of paper, which originated in China, reached Europe by the 12th century. Gradually, paper began to provide a cheaper alternative to parchment, though book production remained labor-intensive. This shift laid the groundwork for an even more profound revolution. Before the printing press, books were incredibly valuable. The cost of a single manuscript could be equivalent to the price of a small farm or several livestock, making books luxury items, symbols of wealth and intellectual status. The medieval book trade, though limited, saw some books produced by secular scribes and sold at fairs or through booksellers, a nascent commercial book industry emerging outside monastic control. The rise of this book trade in the later Middle Ages saw the emergence of professional scribes and book producers who operated independently of monasteries. Then, in the mid-15th century, a truly transformative invention arrived: the printing press with movable type, developed by Johannes Gutenberg. This invention revolutionized book production, making books more affordable and widely available than ever before. It led to an explosion in the number of books, and consequently, in the number and size of libraries. Early printed books, known as incunabula, a term meaning in the cradle, referring to books printed before the year 1501, often mimicked the appearance of manuscripts. They frequently included decorative initials and hand-colored illustrations, bridging the aesthetic gap between the old world of scribal production and the new era of mechanical printing. Amidst these changes, great institutions continued to flourish, and new ones arose. The Vatican Library, formally established by Pope Nicholas V in the 15th century, amassed a vast collection of manuscripts and printed books, becoming a major intellectual center and one of the world's most significant collections. In Florence, the powerful Medici family became prominent patrons of libraries, accumulating vast private collections that later formed the basis of public institutions like the Laurentian Library. Their passion for classical texts and their commitment to scholarship helped fuel the Renaissance. The Malatestiana Library in Cesena, Italy, completed in 1454, stands as one of the best preserved examples of a humanist library, with its original chained books still in place. Royal and noble courts throughout Europe also began to establish their own private libraries, reflecting their power, wealth, and intellectual interests. The practice of collecting books for personal libraries became a significant symbol of status among the European aristocracy during the Renaissance, a testament to the growing appreciation for knowledge and literature. From the quiet chambers of monastic scriptoria and the bustling halls of early universities, our journey now takes us further east, to where another great civilization fostered its own magnificent centers of learning. We move from the gentle turn of a page in Europe towards the distant whispers of wisdom from other lands, where the story of libraries continues to unfold, ever expanding, ever deepening. We journey now across vast distances, carried by the gentle currents of history, to lands where the sun rose with different hues, and where the written word found its sanctuary in equally remarkable ways. Our path leads us eastward, beyond the familiar landscapes of medieval Europe, to the vibrant intellectual centers of the Islamic Golden Age. Here, during a period roughly spanning from the 8th to the 14th centuries, a profound reverence for knowledge blossomed, giving rise to libraries of unparalleled scale and sophistication. This era, often called the Islamic Golden Age, was characterized by an extraordinary flourishing of science, mathematics, medicine, philosophy, and literature. The impetus for this intellectual explosion was deeply rooted in the teachings of Islam itself, which emphasized the importance of seeking knowledge and understanding. The Quran frequently exhorts believers to read, to reflect, and to learn. This foundational principle fostered a culture where scholars were revered, books were treasured, and libraries became central pillars of society. One of the most iconic institutions of this period was the House of Wisdom, or Beit al-Hikmah, established in Baghdad during the reign of the Abbasid Caliph Harun al-Rashid in the late 8th century, and greatly expanded under his son al-Ma'mun in the early 9th century. Baghdad itself, founded in 762 CE, quickly grew into one of the largest and most cosmopolitan cities in the world, a true crossroads of cultures and ideas. The House of Wisdom was not merely a library. Though its collection was immense, it was a comprehensive academic institution, a research center, a translation institute, and an observatory, all rolled into one. Scholars from across the Islamic world, and even beyond, were drawn to Baghdad. They came to translate ancient Greek, Persian, and Indian texts into Arabic, a monumental undertaking that preserved countless works that might otherwise have been lost to history. Imagine the quiet industry within its walls. Scribes diligently copying manuscripts, translators poring over complex philosophical treatises, astronomers charting the stars, and mathematicians developing new algebraic concepts. The House of Wisdom was a crucible of innovation, where knowledge was not just stored, but actively created and disseminated. The translation movement was particularly significant. Arabic became the lingua franca of scholarship, and through the efforts of scholars like Hunayn ibn Ishaq, who translated numerous works of Galen and Hippocrates, and Thabit ibn Qurra, who translated Archimedes and Euclid, the wisdom of antiquity was made accessible to a new generation of thinkers. These translations were not mere literal renderings. They often involved critical analysis, commentary, and even improvements upon the original texts. The libraries of the Islamic world, however, were not confined to Baghdad. Cities like Cairo, Damascus, Cordoba, and Fez also boasted magnificent collections. In Cairo, the Fatimid caliphs established the Dar al-Hikmah, or House of Knowledge, in 1004 CE. This library was renowned for its vast holdings, said to number in the hundreds of thousands of volumes, and its public accessibility. Unlike some earlier libraries which were primarily for the elite, the Dar al-Hikmah welcomed scholars, students, and even ordinary citizens, providing them with paper, pens, and ink. It was a place where debates flourished, lectures were delivered, and knowledge was freely exchanged. In the Iberian Peninsula, under Muslim rule, the city of Cordoba became another beacon of learning. The Umayyad Caliphate of Cordoba, particularly under Caliph al-Hakam II in the 10th century, fostered an intellectual environment that rivaled Baghdad. Al-Hakam II was a passionate bibliophile, and his personal library was legendary. Accounts vary, but it is often said to have contained between 400,000 and 600,000 volumes, an astonishing number for the time. Each book was meticulously catalogued, and the library employed numerous scribes, binders, and illuminators. It was a testament to the caliph's dedication that he would personally annotate many of the books, adding marginal notes and corrections. The sheer scale of these libraries was made possible by a crucial technological development: paper. While paper had originated in China, its introduction to the Islamic world in the 8th century, particularly after the Battle of Talas in 751 CE, when Chinese papermakers were captured, revolutionized book production. Before paper, parchment and papyrus were the primary writing materials. Parchment, made from animal skins, was durable but expensive and laborious to produce. Papyrus, made from reeds, was fragile and prone to decay. Paper, made from plant fibers, was cheaper, more readily available, and easier to write on. The establishment of paper mills across the Islamic world, first in Baghdad and then spreading to Egypt, Syria, and Spain, led to an explosion in the number of books. This abundance of writing material fueled the translation movement, facilitated the creation of new works, and made libraries more accessible. Books became more affordable, though still valuable, and the culture of reading and scholarship deepened. Beyond the grand caliphal libraries, many mosques, madrasas, religious schools, and even private homes maintain significant collections. Wealthy individuals often prided themselves on their personal libraries, which sometimes rivaled public institutions. These private collections were not merely for display. They were actively used for study and research. Scholars would travel great distances to consult specific manuscripts held in these private hands, highlighting the interconnectedness of the intellectual community. The architecture of these libraries often reflected their importance. They were typically well-lit, spacious halls, sometimes adorned with intricate calligraphy and geometric patterns. Books were stored on shelves, often arranged by subject, and sometimes protected by wooden covers or leather bindings. The care taken in preserving these precious texts was evident. Librarians, known as Hizanat al-Kutub, were highly respected individuals, responsible for the acquisition, organization, and conservation of the manuscripts. They were often scholars themselves, deeply knowledgeable about the contents of their collections. The organization of these libraries was quite advanced for their time. Catalogs were developed, sometimes arranged by author, title, or subject. These catalogues allowed scholars to navigate the vast collections efficiently, a precursor to modern library systems. The emphasis was not just on accumulating books, but on making them accessible and useful. The intellectual curiosity of the Islamic Golden Age extended to all fields of knowledge. In medicine, figures like Ibn Sina, known in the West as Avicenna, whose Canon of Medicine was a standard medical text for centuries, relied heavily on extensive medical libraries. In astronomy, observatories often housed their own specialized libraries, filled with astronomical tables, treatises on celestial mechanics, and historical records of observations. Mathematics saw the development of algebra by scholars like Al-Khwarizmi, whose work laid the foundation for modern mathematics. All these advancements were supported by and documented in the vast collections of books. The impact of these Islamic libraries on Western civilization cannot be overstated. When Europe began to emerge from its own dark ages, many of the classical texts that had been lost or forgotten in the West were rediscovered through Arabic translations. Scholars from Europe traveled to centers like Cordoba and Toledo in Spain to learn Arabic and translate these works back into Latin. This process of transmission played a crucial role in the European Renaissance, reintroducing classical Greek philosophy, science, and medicine to a receptive audience. Consider the journey of a single text, perhaps a work by Aristotle or Galen. It might have been translated from Greek into Syriac, then from Syriac into Arabic in Baghdad, copied countless times, studied, commented upon, and then centuries later, translated from Arabic into Latin in Spain, eventually making its way to a monastic library or an early university in Europe. Each step of this journey involved libraries, scribes, and scholars, all dedicated to the preservation and dissemination of knowledge. However, the Islamic Golden Age and its magnificent libraries eventually faced challenges. The Mongol invasions of the 13th century, particularly the sack of Baghdad in 1258, were devastating. The House of Wisdom, along with countless other libraries, was largely destroyed. Accounts described the Tigris River running black with ink from the dissolved books and red with the blood of scholars. While some exaggeration may exist in these narratives, the loss of knowledge was undoubtedly immense and heartbreaking. Despite these tragic losses, the legacy of Islamic libraries endured. The tradition of scholarship, the love of books, and the commitment to intellectual inquiry continued in other centers, and many manuscripts survived, scattered across various collections. The meticulous work of cataloging, preserving, and making knowledge accessible that was pioneered in this era left an indelible mark on the history of libraries. As the centuries turned and the focus of intellectual activity shifted, the concept of the library continued to evolve. We have seen how the monastic scriptoria of Europe preserved knowledge, how early universities began to gather their own collections, and how the Islamic world created vast public and private libraries. Each period, each culture, added its own layer to the rich tapestry of library history. Our journey now takes us to another significant development, the advent of the printing press. Before this invention, every book was a unique manuscript, painstakingly copied by hand. This labor-intensive process limited the number of books available, made them incredibly expensive, and often introduced errors through repeated transcription. The printing press would fundamentally transform the world of books, and by extension, the nature and role of libraries. The invention of movable type printing in the West is most famously attributed to Johannes Gutenberg in Mainz, Germany, around 1440. While block printing had existed in China for centuries, and movable type had also been developed there earlier, Gutenberg's innovation of a mechanical press and reusable metal type revolutionized book production in Europe. His first major undertaking, the Gutenberg Bible, completed around 1455, was a landmark achievement, demonstrating the potential of the new technology. The immediate impact of the printing press was profound. Books could now be produced in much larger quantities, much more quickly, and at a significantly lower cost than ever before. This meant that knowledge, once largely confined to the wealthy elite and religious institutions, could begin to spread more widely. The price of books dropped, making them accessible to a broader segment of society. For libraries, this presented both opportunities and challenges. On one hand, it meant a dramatic increase in the number of books available for acquisition. Libraries could expand their collections at an unprecedented rate, acquiring multiple copies of popular texts and a wider variety of subjects. The uniformity of printed books also meant that scholars could more easily compare different editions and refer to specific pages, fostering a new level of academic rigor. On the other hand, the sheer volume of new material created new problems for librarians. How to organize and catalog such a rapidly growing collection. The systems developed for managing a few hundred or a few thousand manuscripts were suddenly inadequate for tens of thousands of printed volumes. This spurred innovations in library classification and cataloging, laying the groundwork for modern library science. The Renaissance, already a period of intellectual awakening in Europe, was greatly accelerated by the printing press. Humanist scholars, eager to rediscover classical texts and disseminate new ideas, found in printing the perfect tool. Libraries became central to this intellectual ferment, serving as repositories for the burgeoning output of the presses. Princes, popes, and wealthy merchants began to establish magnificent private libraries, filled with both manuscripts and the latest printed editions. The Vatican Library in Rome, for example, underwent significant expansion during this period. Pope Nicholas V, in the mid-15th century, was a passionate collector of books and a strong advocate for their preservation. He envisioned a public library that would serve scholars from across Europe. While his immediate successor, Pope Sixtus IV, officially founded the Vatican Library in 1475, it was built upon the foundations laid by Nicholas V's extensive collection. The Vatican Library became a treasure trove of both ancient manuscripts and early printed books, known as incunabula, books printed before 1501. Across Europe, new university libraries also began to flourish. Institutions like the Bodleian Library at the University of Oxford, re-established in the early 17th century by Sir Thomas Bodley, became major centers of learning. Bodley's vision was to create a library that would be open to all scholars, not just members of the university. He secured agreements with the Stationers' Company in London, ensuring that a copy of every book published in England would be deposited in the Bodleian, a precursor to modern legal deposit libraries. This commitment to comprehensive collection building marked a significant step towards the Universal Library. The Reformation, another transformative movement of the 16th century, also had a profound impact on libraries. While it led to the destruction of some monastic libraries, particularly in Protestant areas where religious houses were dissolved, it also spurred the creation of new collections. Protestant reformers, emphasizing individual interpretation of Scripture, encouraged literacy and the widespread availability of the Bible and other religious texts. This led to an increased demand for printed books and, consequently, for libraries that could house them. The transition from manuscript to print also influenced the physical form of books and how they were used in libraries. Early printed books often mimicked the appearance of manuscripts, using similar typefaces and decorative elements. However, as printing technology advanced, books became more standardized, with title pages, pagination, and indices becoming common features. This standardization made books easier to navigate and reference, further enhancing their utility in a library setting. The very concept of a library began to broaden. No longer solely the domain of monks or caliphs, libraries were increasingly seen as essential components of national identity and public enlightenment. Monarchs and rulers started to establish royal libraries not just for their personal use, but as symbols of national prestige and centers of scholarship. The Royal Library of France, which would eventually become the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, grew significantly during this period, collecting books from across Europe and beyond. The 17th and 18th centuries saw the continued growth of these national and university libraries, often housed in grand, purpose-built structures. These buildings were designed not only to store books, but also to impress, with high ceilings, ornate shelving, and comfortable reading spaces. The emphasis was on creating an environment conducive to serious study and contemplation. The Enlightenment, with its emphasis on reason, science, and human progress, further fueled the demand for knowledge and the expansion of libraries. Encyclopedias and dictionaries became popular, reflecting a desire to systematically organize and disseminate information. Libraries were seen as vital institutions for the advancement of human understanding, providing access to the collective wisdom of humanity. The development of scientific societies and academies during this period also contributed to the growth of specialized libraries. These societies, dedicated to specific fields of inquiry, built their own collections of scientific journals, experimental reports, and theoretical treatises. These specialized libraries played a crucial role in the development and dissemination of scientific knowledge. As we move through these centuries, we observe a steady progression from the guarded knowledge of ancient temples through the diligent preservation efforts of monastic scriptoria, the vibrant intellectual hubs of the Islamic world, and the transformative power of the printing press. Each era built upon the foundations of the last, refining the methods of collecting, organizing, and disseminating knowledge. The the quiet hum of the printing press, once a revolutionary sound, has now become a familiar backdrop to the world of books. The vast collections that once seemed unimaginable are now commonplace. The journey of libraries is a journey of human curiosity, a testament to our enduring desire to learn, to record, and to share. We pause here, amidst the rustling pages of early printed books and the echoes of scholarly debates. The world of libraries is expanding, reaching new corners of society, becoming more accessible and more central to the human experience. The next chapter of our story will delve into the emergence of truly public libraries, the democratization of knowledge, and the challenges and triumphs of the modern age. For now, let the quiet weight of history settle around you, a comforting presence in the vast library of time. The journey through the quiet halls of library history now brings us to a pivotal era, a time when the very concept of who could access knowledge began to profoundly shift. The printing press, a revolutionary invention, had laid the groundwork, transforming the scarcity of texts into a burgeoning abundance. Before this technological leap, books were precious, painstakingly copied by hand, their creation a slow and laborious craft. Monasteries, royal courts, and wealthy private collectors held the keys to these treasures. But as printed books became more commonplace, a new vision for libraries began to emerge. One that envisioned knowledge not as an exclusive privilege, but as a shared resource for the betterment of all. This vision truly began to take shape in the 17th and 18th centuries, a period often referred to as the Age of Enlightenment. Thinkers of this era championed reason, individual liberty, and the pursuit of knowledge. They believed that an informed populace was essential for a just and progressive society. This intellectual ferment directly influenced the development of libraries, while the great national libraries, like the British Museum Library, founded in 1753, or the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, continued to grow. Their primary purpose remained the preservation of national heritage and scholarly research. Access, though expanding, was still often restricted to a select few, primarily scholars and gentlemen of letters. However, parallel to these grand institutions, smaller, more accessible collections began to sprout. These were often subscription libraries or circulating libraries, a fascinating precursor to the modern public library. In England, for instance, the first circulating library is often attributed to Allan Ramsay, a Scottish poet and bookseller who established one in Edinburgh in 1725. For a small fee, members could borrow books for a set period. This model proved incredibly popular, especially among the middle classes, and significantly among women, who often had fewer opportunities for formal education or access to private collections. These circulating libraries offered a diverse range of materials, from novels and poetry to travelogues and scientific treatises, broadening intellectual horizons for many. Across the Atlantic, in the American colonies, similar initiatives took root. Benjamin Franklin, a man synonymous with innovation and public service, played a crucial role in establishing the Library Company of Philadelphia in 1731. This was a subscription library where members pooled their resources to purchase books, which they could then borrow. Franklin famously described it as the mother of all North American subscription libraries. It was a powerful demonstration of collective effort for intellectual enrichment. These early American libraries were not just repositories of books. They were often centers of intellectual discourse, places where ideas were exchanged and debated, fostering a vibrant intellectual climate in the nascent nation. The concept of a truly public library, supported by public funds and open to all, regardless of their ability to pay, was a more gradual development. It required a shift in societal thinking, a recognition that access to knowledge was not merely a privilege, but a fundamental right, essential for civic engagement and personal growth.
The 19th century witnessed the true blossoming of this idea.
Industrialization brought about significant social changes, including increased literacy rates and a growing working class seeking opportunities for self-improvement. Education became a more widespread concern, and libraries were seen as a natural extension of the educational system. One of the most influential figures in the public library movement was Andrew Carnegie, the Scottish-American industrialist and philanthropist. Carnegie's personal story, a self-made man who attributed much of his success to books he borrowed from a private library in his youth, fueled his passion for public libraries. He believed that libraries were instruments of social mobility and intellectual upliftment. Beginning in the late 19th century and continuing into the early 20th century, Carnegie funded the construction of over 2,500 libraries worldwide, with a significant number in the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom. Carnegie's philanthropy was not without its conditions. He typically required the local community to provide the land for the library, commit to its ongoing maintenance, and demonstrate a need for the institution. This model encouraged local investment and ensured the sustainability of the libraries he funded. These Carnegie libraries often shared a distinctive architectural style, typically neoclassical or Beaux-Arts, designed to be grand and inviting, symbolizing the importance of knowledge and culture within the community. Their presence transformed countless towns and cities, providing free access to books, newspapers, and educational resources for generations. The establishment of public libraries also necessitated the development of new systems for organizing and managing these growing collections. Melville Dewey, an American librarian, introduced the Dewey Decimal Classification System in 1876. This revolutionary system organized books by subject, assigning each a numerical code. Before Dewey, library organization was often idiosyncratic, varying from one institution to another, making it difficult for patrons to locate specific books or browse by subject. Dewey's system, though not without its critics and later modifications, provided a standardized, logical framework that greatly improved the efficiency and accessibility of library collections. It became widely adopted, allowing libraries to grow exponentially while maintaining order. Simultaneously, the role of the librarian began to evolve. No longer merely custodians of books, librarians became active facilitators of knowledge. They were trained in classification, cataloging, and reader services. The first library schools emerged in the late 19th century, professionalizing the field and establishing librarianship as a distinct discipline. These early librarians were often passionate advocates for literacy and education, working tirelessly to promote the use of their collections and to serve their communities. They organized reading programs, offered reference assistance, and curated collections that reflected the diverse interests and needs of their patrons. The late 19th and early 20th centuries also saw the expansion of specialized libraries. Academic libraries within universities grew in parallel with the expansion of higher education, supporting advanced research and scholarship. Government libraries were established to serve legislative bodies and government agencies, providing essential information for policymaking. Corporate libraries began to appear, recognizing the value of organized information for business and industry. Each type of library developed its own unique collections, services, and user communities, reflecting the increasingly complex and specialized nature of knowledge itself. During times of war and social upheaval, libraries often played a crucial role in maintaining morale and providing continuity. During World War I and II, for example, libraries organized book drives for soldiers, establishing collections in military camps and hospitals. They also served as vital centers for information and community support on the home front, offering news, educational materials, and a sense of normalcy amidst chaos. The resilience of libraries during these challenging periods underscored their fundamental importance to society. The mid-20th century brought new technological advancements that would once again reshape the library landscape. Microfilm and microfiche, for instance, allowed libraries to store vast amounts of information in a compact format, preserving deteriorating newspapers and rare documents. Audio recordings and films began to enter library collections, expanding the definition of what a library could offer beyond printed materials. These new media presented both opportunities and challenges for cataloging and preservation, pushing librarians to adapt and innovate. The post-World War II era saw a renewed focus on education and lifelong learning, further solidifying the role of public libraries. Many countries invested heavily in expanding their library networks, building new branches, and modernizing existing facilities. The emphasis shifted towards making libraries welcoming community hubs, offering not just books, but also meeting spaces, cultural programs, and resources for all ages. Children's sections became increasingly sophisticated, designed to foster a love of reading from an early age, complete with story times and dedicated librarians specializing in youth services. The latter half of the 20th century also witnessed the dawn of the digital age, a transformation that would prove to be as profound as the invention of the printing press. Early computers, initially used for administrative tasks within libraries, gradually began to influence how information was stored, retrieved, and disseminated. The development of online catalogs, replacing cumbersome card catalogs, was an early significant step. Patrons could now search for books and other materials from terminals within the library, greatly improving efficiency and access. The Internet, however, was the true game changer. Its emergence in the 1990s presented both an existential challenge and an unprecedented opportunity for libraries. Some predicted the demise of physical libraries, arguing that all information would soon be available online. Yet libraries, with their long history of adapting to new technologies, embraced the digital revolution. They began to offer public internet access, bridging the digital divide for many who could not afford computers or internet connections at home. They started digitizing their collections, making rare books, manuscripts, and historical documents accessible to a global audience.
The concept of a digital library began to take shape.
A vast repository of electronic resources, including ebooks, online journals, databases, and multimedia content. Libraries became curators of both physical and digital information, navigating the complexities of licensing agreements for electronic resources and ensuring their long-term preservation. Librarians, once experts primarily in print materials, now needed to develop expertise in information technology, digital literacy, and online research strategies. They became guides in the vast and often overwhelming landscape of the internet, helping users discern reliable information from misinformation. They remind us that knowledge is a continuous stream, flowing from one generation to the next, constantly enriched and diversified. Let the quiet weight of this history, this ongoing narrative of learning and discovery, settle gently around you now. Imagine the hushed reverence of ancient scribes, the determined focus of early printers, the dedicated work of countless librarians. Their efforts have built the intricate pathways to knowledge that we navigate today. The world of libraries continues to evolve, but its core mission, to connect people with information and ideas, remains steadfast, a comforting constant in an ever-changing world. This deep, quiet current of knowledge flows on, inviting us to simply be present within its gentle, expansive embrace. The deep, quiet current of knowledge flows on, inviting us to simply be present within its gentle, expansive embrace. This embrace extends across continents and through centuries, revealing how different civilizations have contributed to the grand tapestry of libraries. Our journey now carries us eastward, to regions where scholarship flourished with distinct traditions and profound innovations. We consider the ancient heartlands of Asia, where centers of learning rose to prominence, safeguarding and expanding human understanding. In ancient India, for instance, the Nalanda Mahavihara stood as a beacon of intellectual light. This revered Buddhist monastery and university was not merely a place of worship or teaching. It housed an extraordinary library. The library at Nalanda was renowned for its vast collection. It contained not only Buddhist scriptures, which were central to its mission, but also a wide array of secular texts. Scholars from across Asia traveled to Nalanda, drawn by its reputation for comprehensive learning and its immense textual resources. The sheer volume of manuscripts at Nalanda was legendary. These texts covered subjects as diverse as philosophy, logic, medicine, mathematics, astronomy, and the arts. The preservation of these works was a monumental task, undertaken with great care by generations of monks and scholars. The library buildings themselves were said to be impressive structures, designed to protect the precious palm leaf manuscripts and scrolls from the elements. The systematic organization of these texts allowed for their study and dissemination, making Nalanda a true intellectual hub. This tradition of scholarly preservation extended across the Asian continent. Further west, during what is known as the Islamic Golden Age, another magnificent center of knowledge emerged in Baghdad. This was the House of Wisdom, or Beit al-Hikmah. The House of Wisdom was more than just a library. It was a major intellectual center, a research institute, and a translation bureau all in one. Established in the 9th century, it became a focal point for scholarship under the Abbasid Caliphate. Scholars at the House of Wisdom undertook an ambitious project of translation. They meticulously rendered numerous Greek, Persian, and Indian scientific and philosophical texts into Arabic. This monumental effort preserved ancient knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. These translations were not mere copies. They were often accompanied by commentaries, critiques, and original research. The House of Wisdom thus played a crucial role in advancing human knowledge, building upon the foundations laid by earlier civilizations. The library housed within the House of Wisdom was extensive. It contained not only the newly translated works, but also original Arabic compositions on a multitude of subjects. Mathematics, astronomy, medicine, ethics, and literature all found a place within its carefully organized shelves. The pursuit of knowledge was highly valued during this period. Libraries flourished in many Islamic cities, reflecting a culture that prized learning and intellectual inquiry. These institutions were vital for the transmission of ideas across vast geographical distances. In Cairo, during the 10th century, the Fatimid Caliphate established another remarkable library. This library was said to contain hundreds of thousands of volumes, a truly astonishing number for its time. Such a collection speaks to the dedication and resources committed to scholarship. These libraries were often open to scholars and students, providing access to a wealth of information. They were places of quiet study, vibrant discussion, and profound discovery. The meticulous copying and preservation of manuscripts ensured the continuity of learning. Even further west in Andalusia, particularly in cities like Cordoba, a vibrant culture of learning thrived. During the Islamic period, Cordoba boasted numerous public and private libraries. These institutions fostered an environment rich in intellectual exchange. The libraries of Andalusia were celebrated for their extensive collections and the erudition of their scholars. They contributed significantly to advancements in science, philosophy, and literature, leaving a lasting legacy on European thought. These Eastern and Southern libraries represent a crucial chapter in the global history of knowledge preservation. They demonstrate a widespread and enduring human desire to gather, to preserve, and to transmit knowledge through the written word. As centuries passed, the concept of a library continued to evolve, adapting to new technologies and changing societal needs. The focus shifted in some regions, but the core mission remained constant. Returning to Europe, we find the re-emergence of significant library institutions after the medieval period. The Bodleian Library at Oxford University stands as a prime example of this continuity and innovation. Founded in 1602, the Bodleian Library was not merely a repository for books. It was specifically designed to be a research library for scholars, a place where serious academic work could be undertaken. Its roots stretched back to earlier medieval collections, but its re-establishment marked a new era. The Bodleian became one of the first truly public research libraries, open to scholars regardless of their affiliation with Oxford University. This was a significant step towards broader access to knowledge. The library's founder, Sir Thomas Bodley, envisioned a collection that would be comprehensive and accessible. He meticulously acquired books from across Europe, ensuring a wide range of subjects and perspectives. The architecture of the Bodleian, with its grand reading rooms and sturdy shelves, reflected the importance placed on the collection. It was a space designed for quiet contemplation and deep study, a sanctuary for the mind. Across the Channel, in London, another monumental library began to take shape. The British Museum Library, founded in 1753, eventually grew to become the National Library of the United Kingdom. This institution, through various transformations, evolved into what we know today as the British Library. It holds an immense collection encompassing millions of items, from ancient manuscripts to contemporary publications. Among its treasures are iconic works like the Lindisfarne Gospels, the famous illuminated manuscript from the early medieval period. Such items highlight the library's role in preserving cultural heritage. The British Library stands as a testament to the continuous effort to collect, catalogue, and make accessible the vast output of human creativity and intellect. It serves as a national archive, a research centre, and a cultural institution. Further west, across the Atlantic, the United States established its own national library. Established in 1800, has grown to become the largest library in the world. It holds an unparalleled collection, measured by both shelf space and the sheer number of books and other materials. Its vast holdings cover every conceivable subject, in numerous languages. The Library of Congress serves not only the United States Congress, but also the American public and the global scholarly community. It is a vital resource for research, education, and cultural preservation. These great collections, Nalanda, the House of Wisdom, the Bodleian, the British Library, the Library of Congress, represent humanity's enduring desire. This desire is to gather, to preserve, and to transmit knowledge through the written word. Many early libraries, like those in monasteries or royal courts, were not public in the modern sense. Access was often restricted to scholars, priests, or the ruling elite. The concept of a public library, as we understand it today, accessible to all citizens, began to take shape much later. This idea of universal access truly gained momentum in the 18th and 19th centuries, driven by ideals of enlightenment and democratic access to information. It marked a profound shift in the purpose and reach of libraries. The term bibliotheca, whether in its Greek or Latin form, referred to both the collection of books and the physical place where they were kept. This ancient understanding underscores the dual nature of a library, as both content and container. From the earliest clay tablets to the digital age, the systematic cataloging and organization of texts has been crucial. This careful arrangement makes large ancient and medieval collections accessible to scholars. The concept of a library catalogue itself evolved over centuries. It began with simple lists and progressed to more sophisticated classification systems. These systems are essential tools for navigating vast seas of information. The history of libraries is a testament to the slow, steady dedication of countless individuals. Their quiet work, often unseen, has been fundamental to the pursuit of learning across civilizations. The preservation of knowledge in libraries has always been a quiet, persistent effort. It is an endeavor that transcends individual lives, connecting generations through shared wisdom. Many early libraries were designed with architectural features that considered light, ventilation, and security. These elements were not just aesthetic, they were practical considerations for protecting precious collections from decay and theft. The careful placement of windows, the thickness of walls, the design of shelving, all contributed to the longevity of the manuscripts and books. These silent guardians of knowledge were built to last. The gentle current of this history flows onward, carrying with it the echoes of countless pages turned, the soft rustle of ancient scrolls, the quiet murmurs of scholars deep in thought. It is a current of continuity, of quiet purpose. This enduring human endeavor continues to safeguard the wisdom of ages. It invites us to simply be present within its gentle, expansive embrace. We can dream of the stories yet to be discovered, the knowledge yet to be quietly absorbed. As the classical world began its slow transformation, the grand public libraries of Rome, with their marble halls and vast collections, faced new challenges. The political landscape shifted, and the resources once dedicated to their maintenance began to wane. Yet the spirit of preservation did not disappear. It simply found new homes, often in unexpected places. The focus began to shift from sprawling urban centers to more secluded, contemplative environments. Monasteries emerged as crucial centers for learning and the safeguarding of texts during the early medieval period. These communities, often located in remote areas, became sanctuaries for intellectual life. Within their quiet walls, scribes meticulously copied manuscripts, ensuring that the knowledge of antiquity was not lost entirely. This was a painstaking process, often performed in scriptoria, specialized rooms designed for writing. The work of a monastic scribe was a discipline of patience and precision. Each letter was formed with care, each line aligned with dedication. The silence of the scriptorium was broken only by the scratching of quills and the turning of pages. These scribes were not merely copyists. They often acted as editors, correcting errors that had crept into earlier versions of texts. Sometimes they added their own marginal notes, known as glosses, which offered explanations or commentaries. The materials used were costly and precious. Parchment, made from animal skins, was durable and could last for centuries. Ink was carefully prepared, and quills were fashioned from bird feathers. Illumination, the art of decorating manuscripts with intricate designs and vibrant colors, also flourished in monasteries. These artistic additions transformed texts into objects of profound beauty, reflecting the reverence held for the written word. The monastic library was not a public institution in the Roman sense. Access was generally restricted to the monastic community itself, or to visiting scholars with special commission. However, the act of copying and preserving texts within these walls ensured that a continuous thread of knowledge remained accessible for future generations. Without these efforts, much of classical literature and early Christian writings might have vanished forever. One of the most famous monastic libraries was at Monte Cassino, founded by Saint Benedict in Italy in the 6th century. It became a beacon of learning, housing a significant collection of classical and theological works. Another important center was the monastery of St. Gall in Switzerland, which developed a renowned scriptorium and library. Its collection included works on history, science, medicine, and philosophy, alongside religious texts. The Irish monasteries also played a vital role. During a period when much of mainland Europe experienced turmoil, Irish monks became prolific copyists and preservers of Latin and Greek texts. They traveled across Europe, establishing new monastic foundations and spreading their knowledge, often carrying precious manuscripts with them. This peregrinatio pro Christo, pilgrimage for Christ, was also a pilgrimage for learning. The organization of these monastic libraries differed from their ancient predecessors. Books were often stored in chests or cupboards, sometimes chained to desks to prevent theft, a practice that continued for centuries. Cataloging was rudimentary compared to modern systems, but inventories were kept, detailing the contents of the collection. These lists provide valuable insights into the intellectual interests of the time. The Carolingian Renaissance, under Charlemagne in the 8th and 9th centuries, further revitalized learning and library development. Charlemagne recognized the importance of education for the stability and prosperity of his empire. He encouraged the establishment of schools in monasteries and cathedrals, and he actively promoted the copying of manuscripts. His court at Aachen became a hub for scholars and scribes. Alcuin of York, an English scholar invited by Charlemagne, was instrumental in this revival. He reformed handwriting, introducing a clear and legible script known as Carolingian minuscule, which greatly improved the readability of texts. This new script made copying more efficient and reduced errors, contributing to a more standardized transmission of knowledge across Europe. Many classical texts that survive today do so because they were copied during this period. The Carolingian libraries, though still primarily monastic or cathedral-based, saw an expansion in their collections. Works on grammar, rhetoric, astronomy, and arithmetic, the liberal arts, were increasingly sought after. The emphasis remained largely on religious texts, but there was a growing appreciation for the secular knowledge inherited from Rome. This laid the groundwork for future intellectual awakenings. As the High Middle Ages approached, new forms of institutions began to emerge, influencing the development of libraries. Cathedrals, as centers of diocesan administration and education, also maintained significant libraries. These cathedral schools evolved into the first universities, which would dramatically reshape the landscape of learning and the demand for books. The university library became a distinct entity. The rise of universities in cities like Paris, Bologna, and Oxford created an unprecedented need for textbooks. Scholars and students required access to a wide range of works for their studies. Initially, university libraries were often collections of donated books, housed in various colleges or faculties. Over time, dedicated library buildings became more common. The books were still valuable and often chained to desks in reading rooms, allowing students to consult them without removing them from the premises. This practice was known as chaining. The university library was designed for study and consultation, rather than simply storage. It reflected a more active engagement with texts, a shift from pure preservation to active scholarly use. The development of the book trade also influenced university libraries. Scribes and stationers, often working under university supervision, produced multiple copies of texts for sale to students and faculty. This commercial aspect made books more accessible, though still expensive. The university often maintained a pisha system, where approved texts were divided into sections, or pishai, and rented out to scribes for copying. This system ensured accuracy and standardized texts across the university, a crucial development for academic study. It was a precursor to modern publishing. The collections of university libraries included not only theological works, but also legal texts, medical treatises, philosophical arguments, and scientific observations. The scope of knowledge expanded considerably. Private libraries also grew in importance during this period. Wealthy nobles, merchants, and members of the clergy began to amass personal collections, reflecting their individual intellectual interests and status. These private libraries, while not public, contributed to the overall preservation and dissemination of knowledge. They often contained unique or rare manuscripts that might otherwise have been lost. The invention of paper slowly making its way from China through the Islamic world to Europe began to transform book production. Paper was cheaper and easier to produce than parchment, though it took time to be widely adopted. This shift to paper, combined with the growing demand from universities and private collectors, set the stage for one of the most revolutionary inventions in the history of libraries and knowledge itself, the printing press. Before the printing press, every book was a unique artifact, painstakingly copied by hand. The number of books in existence was limited, and their cost was prohibitive for most people. Developed by Johannes Gutenberg in the mid-15th century, changed everything. It allowed for the rapid and relatively inexpensive production of multiple identical copies of a text. This innovation democratized knowledge in an unprecedented way. Books became more affordable, and their availability increased dramatically. The impact on libraries was profound and immediate. Libraries could now acquire many more titles and multiple copies of popular works. The sheer volume of new publications presented new challenges for organization and cataloging. The transition from manuscript culture to print culture was a gradual one, but its effects were transformative. It marked a new era for the storage, retrieval, and dissemination of information. The gentle current of knowledge, once flowing slowly through monastic scriptoria, now began to gather speed, propelled by the new technology of print. This acceleration would reshape the very concept of a library. As we consider these shifts, the quiet hum of history continues, a reminder of the persistent human drive to collect, to preserve, and to share. The journey through these early collections offers a sense of continuity, a connection to those who came before us. The soft light of dawn begins to touch the edges of the medieval world, hinting at the expansive future of libraries yet to unfold. The quiet purpose of these enduring institutions remains, a steady presence through the ages. The monastic scriptoria of the early medieval period became quiet havens of learning. Within their stone walls, monks meticulously copied texts. These were often Christian scriptures, but also classical works. Each manuscript was a labor of devotion. The process was slow, precise, and deeply meditative. Scribes worked by natural light or by the flickering glow of candles. They used quills made from bird feathers. Ink was carefully prepared from soot, oak galls, or minerals. Parchment, made from animal skin, was stretched and smoothed. It offered a durable surface for writing. Illuminators added intricate designs and vibrant colors. These embellishments often depicted religious scenes or decorative borders. Each page was a work of art, preserving knowledge for future generations. Monasteries collected these precious volumes in their own libraries. These collections were often chained to desks to prevent theft. This practice reflected the immense value placed on books. The monastic library was a central part of community life. It supported study, prayer, and the copying of new works. These libraries were not public in the modern sense. Access was typically restricted to the monastic community itself. However, they served as vital repositories. They safeguarded ancient wisdom through turbulent times. The Benedictine order, in particular, emphasized the importance of books. Their rule encouraged reading and study. This fostered a culture of learning within their monasteries. The scriptorium was a quiet, disciplined space. The only sounds were the scratching of quills and the turning of pages. This dedication ensured the survival of countless texts. Without these efforts, much of classical literature might have been lost forever. The whispered path of knowledge continued, guarded by these silent scribes. The ancient whispers, now at rest, guard silent knowledge. The quiet hum of forgotten stories now cradles your dreams. The quiet hum of forgotten stories now cradles your dreams. As the monastic scriptoria diligently preserved ancient wisdom through the early medieval period, a new era of intellectual awakening began to stir across the Islamic world, where the concept of the public library flourished with an unprecedented zeal, transforming cities into vibrant centers of learning and scholarship. These magnificent institutions, often attached to mosques, universities, or even private residences of wealthy patrons, were not merely repositories of texts, but dynamic hubs where scholars debated, translated, and innovated, significantly expanding the global body of knowledge. The House of Wisdom in Baghdad, established during the Abbasid Caliphate, stands as a monumental example of this intellectual fervor. Housing an immense collection of manuscripts covering philosophy, medicine, mathematics, astronomy, and countless other disciplines, attracting scholars from across continents to contribute to its vast intellectual enterprise. Under the patronage of caliphs like Harun al-Rashid and his son al-Mamun, the House of Wisdom became a central force in the translation movement, systematically rendering Greek, Persian, and Indian texts into Arabic, thereby preserving and enriching classical heritage that might otherwise have been lost to history. Beyond Baghdad, cities like Cairo, Damascus, Cordoba, and Fez boasted their own impressive libraries, some of which contained hundreds of thousands of volumes, far surpassing the collections found in contemporary European monasteries. The Fatimid Caliphate's library in Cairo, for instance, was legendary, said to have housed over 1 million books, meticulously catalogued and made accessible to scholars, demonstrating a sophisticated approach to information organization centuries ahead of its time. These Islamic libraries were characterized by their open access policies, allowing not only scholars, but also students and even curious citizens to consult the precious manuscripts, fostering a widespread culture of literacy and intellectual engagement. The meticulous care given to these collections included dedicated librarians, copyists, and binders, ensuring the longevity and accessibility of the texts, a testament to the high value placed on written knowledge within Islamic society. The practice of waqf, or charitable endowment, played a crucial role in the establishment and maintenance of these libraries, as wealthy individuals and rulers often bequeathed their private collections and provided funds for the acquisition of new books, the salaries of staff, and the upkeep of the buildings. This philanthropic spirit ensured the continuous growth and sustainability of these intellectual centers, making education and access to knowledge a communal responsibility and a public good. The paper-making technology introduced to the Islamic world from China around the 8th century revolutionized book production, making texts more affordable and abundant than the costly parchment used in Europe, thereby facilitating the rapid expansion of library collections and the dissemination of knowledge. This technological advancement, coupled with a cultural reverence for the written word, propelled the Islamic Golden Age to unparalleled heights of scientific and philosophical inquiry, creating a lasting legacy that profoundly influenced subsequent intellectual developments in both the East and the West. As the medieval period progressed in Europe, the nascent universities began to emerge as new centers of learning, gradually shifting the focus of scholarship from isolated monasteries to more urban and public settings, though their libraries initially remained quite modest compared to their Islamic counterparts. The University of Paris, Bologna, Oxford, and Cambridge, founded between the 11th and 13th centuries, slowly amassed collections of texts essential for their curricula, primarily focusing on theology, law, and medicine, reflecting the core disciplines taught during that era. These early university libraries often operated under strict rules, with books chained to desks to prevent theft. A common practice known as chained libraries that ensured the precious and often unique manuscripts remained within the institution for the benefit of all scholars. The chaining system, while restrictive, underscored the immense value and scarcity of books before the advent of the printing press, making each volume a significant investment in both time and resources to produce. The collections in these university libraries were meticulously organized, often by subject, and sometimes even by the benefactor who donated the books, creating a nascent form of cataloging that allowed students and masters to locate the specific texts they needed for their studies and disputations. Over time, as universities grew in prominence and student numbers increased, the need for larger and more accessible collections became apparent, leading to the construction of dedicated library buildings separate from the main academic halls, designed specifically to house and display these expanding intellectual treasures. The Bodleian Library at Oxford University, although formally established later, traces its roots back to the early university collections, embodying the enduring commitment of academic institutions to the preservation and dissemination of knowledge across generations. The practice of donating personal libraries upon death became a common way for scholars and wealthy patrons to contribute to these university collections, enriching them with diverse perspectives and specialized knowledge accumulated over lifetimes of study. The Renaissance, beginning in the 14th century, marked a profound shift in intellectual focus, rekindling an intense interest in classical antiquity and humanistic studies, which in turn spurred the growth and transformation of libraries across Europe. Humanist scholars, passionate about recovering and studying ancient Greek and Roman texts, actively sought out forgotten manuscripts in monastic libraries and private collections, often traveling extensively to unearth these literary gems. This renewed enthusiasm for classical learning led to the establishment of numerous private libraries by wealthy individuals, princes, and popes who competed to acquire the finest and most comprehensive collections, viewing them as symbols of prestige, power, and intellectual sophistication. The Medici family in Florence, particularly Cosimo de' Medici and Lorenzo the Magnificent, were exemplary patrons of learning, building magnificent private libraries that housed not only classical texts, but also contemporary philosophical and scientific works, fostering the vibrant intellectual climate of the Florentine Renaissance. The Vatican Library, under the patronage of successive popes, underwent a significant expansion during this period, becoming one of the most important centers for classical and theological scholarship in Europe, systematically collecting manuscripts from across the continent and beyond. Pope Nicholas V, a passionate bibliophile, is often credited with laying the true foundation of the modern Vatican Library in the mid-15th century, envisioning a universal library accessible to scholars, where knowledge could flow freely and be preserved for future generations. A vision that profoundly influenced the development of future public and national libraries. The invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg around 1440 revolutionized book production, making texts far more accessible and affordable than ever before, dramatically accelerating the growth of library collections and the spread of knowledge. This technological innovation led to an explosion of printed books, or incunabula, which rapidly filled the shelves of existing libraries and spurred the creation of new ones, transforming the landscape of information dissemination. The transition from manuscript culture to print culture brought about new challenges and opportunities for libraries, requiring them to adapt their acquisition, cataloging, and preservation practices to accommodate the sheer volume of new materials. Libraries began to acquire multiple copies of popular works, and the standardization of texts through printing reduced the variations and errors that were common in hand-copied manuscripts, ensuring greater accuracy and consistency in scholarly discourse. The printing press also facilitated the creation of comprehensive bibliographies and catalogues, making it easier for scholars to identify and locate relevant works, thereby enhancing the efficiency of research and the exchange of ideas. This era saw the emergence of the concept of the universal library, an aspiration to collect all human knowledge, a grand ambition that would continue to shape library development for centuries to come, reflecting humanity's insatiable quest for understanding and enlightenment. The Reformation in the 16th century brought significant upheaval to European libraries, as religious conflicts led to the destruction or confiscation of vast numbers of books, particularly those deemed heretical or associated with opposing religious factions. In England, the dissolution of the monasteries by King Henry VIII resulted in the dispersal and destruction of countless monastic libraries, many of which contained unique and irreplaceable manuscripts, a tragic loss for intellectual history. However, this period also saw the establishment of new libraries, often by Protestant reformers who sought to create collections reflecting their theological perspectives and to make religious texts, especially the Bible, more accessible to the common people. The establishment of state-controlled libraries and university libraries also gained momentum as governments and educational institutions recognized the strategic importance of organized knowledge for national development and intellectual advancement. The 17th and 18th centuries witnessed the flourishing of national libraries and grand institutional collections, as European powers sought to establish cultural and intellectual supremacy, viewing comprehensive libraries as essential components of national prestige and scholarly infrastructure. The British Museum Library, founded in 1753, stands as a prime example of this trend, bringing together several significant collections, including the Cotton, Harley, and Sloane manuscripts, to form a vast repository of national and international importance. These emerging national libraries were often granted legal deposit privileges, requiring publishers to deposit a copy of every book published within the country, ensuring the systematic collection and preservation of the nation's intellectual output for posterity. This policy, still in effect in many countries today, guarantees that a comprehensive record of printed knowledge is maintained, serving as an invaluable resource for future generations of scholars and researchers. The Enlightenment era further fueled the expansion of libraries, as philosophers and scientists emphasized reason, empirical observation, and the systematic accumulation of knowledge, leading to an increased demand for books and access to information. Public libraries, though still nascent in their modern form, began to emerge in some cities, aiming to provide broader access to books beyond the exclusive circles of scholars and the wealthy elite, reflecting a growing belief in the democratizing power of education. The concept of the encyclopedia, epitomized by Diderot and D'Alembert's monumental Encyclopedia in France, underscored the Enlightenment's ambition to organize and disseminate all human knowledge, a project that inherently relied on and contributed to the growth of comprehensive library collections. These intellectual movements transformed libraries from mere storage facilities into active engines of progress, facilitating the exchange of ideas and fostering critical thinking across society. The 19th century marked a pivotal period in the history of libraries, characterized by the rise of the modern public library movement, driven by social reformers and philanthropists who believed in the transformative power of education for all citizens. Industrialization and urbanization created new social challenges, and public libraries were seen as vital institutions for self-improvement, civic engagement, and cultural enrichment, offering opportunities for learning to the working classes and immigrants. Andrew Carnegie, the Scottish-American industrialist and philanthropist, became one of the most influential figures in this movement, funding the construction of over 2,500 public libraries across the English-speaking world, fundamentally shaping the landscape of library access. His generous donations stipulated that local communities provide the land, maintain the buildings, and stock the shelves, fostering a sense of local ownership and commitment to these new civic institutions. The development of standardized cataloging systems, such as the Dewey Decimal Classification, DDC, introduced by Melville Dewey in 1876, revolutionized library organization, providing a systematic and universally applicable method for classifying books by subject. This innovation allowed for more efficient retrieval of information and facilitated the interlibrary loan of materials, making collections more accessible across different institutions. The professionalization of librarianship also began in earnest during this century, with the establishment of library schools and associations, recognizing the specialized skills and knowledge required to manage complex library collections and serve diverse user needs. Librarians transitioned from being mere custodians of books to active facilitators of knowledge, guiding patrons through vast collections and assisting them in their research endeavors. The 20th century brought unprecedented technological advancements that profoundly impacted libraries, transforming their services, collections, and the very nature of information access. Microform technologies such as microfilm and microfiche allowed libraries to preserve fragile documents and make rare materials more widely available, reducing the need for physical handling of original texts and saving valuable shelf space. The advent of computers and the internet in the latter half of the century initiated a paradigm shift, moving libraries towards digitalization and the provision of electronic resources, fundamentally altering how information is stored, accessed, and disseminated. Online public access catalogs, OPACs, replaced traditional card catalogs, enabling users to search entire collections from remote locations, vastly expanding the reach and utility of library services. The digital revolution led to the creation of vast online databases, e-journals, and e-books, providing instant access to an enormous wealth of information that would have been unimaginable in previous eras, transforming libraries into gateways to the global information network. Libraries began to offer internet access, computer workstations, and digital literacy training, bridging the digital divide and ensuring that all members of the community had the opportunity to participate in the information age. The role of the librarian evolved once again, becoming information specialists, digital curators, and educators, helping patrons navigate the complexities of the digital landscape and critically evaluate the vast amounts of information available online. The concept of the library without walls emerged, emphasizing access to information regardless of physical location, fostering a more inclusive and interconnected global scholarly community. In the 21st century, libraries continue to adapt and innovate, embracing their roles as community hubs, cultural centers, and vital engines of lifelong learning in an increasingly complex and rapidly changing world. Modern libraries offer a diverse array of services beyond traditional book lending, including makerspaces with 3D printers, coding workshops, language learning programs, job search assistance, and community event programming, reflecting their commitment to serving the evolving needs of their patrons. Digital preservation has become a critical focus, with libraries actively engaged in digitizing historical documents, creating digital archives, and developing strategies to ensure the long-term accessibility of born digital content, safeguarding our collective intellectual heritage for future generations. Open access initiatives, championed by many libraries, aim to make scholarly research freely available to everyone, democratizing knowledge and accelerating scientific discovery by removing financial barriers to information. The physical library building itself has been reimagined, transforming into flexible, collaborative spaces designed to foster interaction, creativity, and community engagement, moving beyond the traditional quiet study model to accommodate diverse learning styles and social needs. Librarians are at the forefront of information literacy education, teaching critical thinking skills to help individuals discern reliable information from misinformation in an age of abundant and often overwhelming digital content, empowering citizens to make informed decisions. The global network of libraries collaborates extensively, sharing resources, expertise, and best practices through international consortia and professional organizations, reinforcing the idea that knowledge is a shared human endeavor that transcends national borders. This continuous evolution demonstrates the enduring relevance and adaptability of libraries, proving that they remain indispensable institutions for fostering education, culture, and intellectual growth, silently guarding the whispered path of knowledge as the world sleeps. As the soft glow of twilight deepens, we continue our journey through the quiet halls of history, exploring the profound and often overlooked narrative of libraries, those venerable custodians of human thought, tracing their lineage back through the mists of time to the very dawn of written communication and the nascent stirrings of organized knowledge. Our previous exploration touched upon the modern era of interconnected digital repositories and international collaborations, but now we shall rewind the clock, venturing into earlier epochs where the very concept of a library was being forged and refined, shaped by the materials available, the societal structures in place, and the prevailing intellectual currents of each age. Consider, for instance, the monumental shift that occurred with the transition from clay tablets to papyrus scrolls, a technological leap that profoundly impacted the storage, organization, and dissemination of information in ancient civilizations, particularly in Egypt and later throughout the Hellenistic world. The earliest known libraries, such as those unearthed in Mesopotamia, were primarily archives of administrative and religious texts inscribed on durable clay tablets, meticulously catalogued and stored in specialized rooms within temples or palaces. reflecting a society where writing was a tool of governance and divine communication rather than widespread personal enlightenment. These cuneiform libraries, like the one belonging to Ashurbanipal in Nineveh, dating from the 7th century BCE, contain tens of thousands of tablets covering a vast array of subjects, including omens, incantations, medical texts, epic poems like the Epic of Gilgamesh, and historical records, all carefully arranged on shelves or in baskets, often with colophons providing details about the scribe, the original source, and even warnings against theft or alteration. The sheer physical bulk and weight of these clay tablets necessitated robust storage solutions and presented significant challenges for portability and extensive copying, thus limiting their accessibility primarily to scribes, priests, and royalty who possessed the specialized knowledge to read and interpret the intricate cuneiform script. However, the advent of papyrus, a lightweight and flexible writing material derived from the pith of the papyrus plant, revolutionized information management, allowing for the creation of longer, more easily transportable texts that could be rolled into scrolls, fundamentally altering the physical form of books and consequently the architecture and function of libraries. The Great Library of Alexandria, founded in the 3rd century BCE under the Ptolemaic dynasty, stands as the quintessential example of a papyrus scroll library, a beacon of Hellenistic scholarship that aimed to collect all the world's knowledge, housing an estimated hundreds of thousands of scrolls, perhaps even approaching 1 million, though precise figures remain elusive and debated by historians. This unparalleled institution was not merely a passive repository, but an active center of research, translation, and textual criticism, attracting scholars from across the Mediterranean world who engaged in meticulous philological work, comparing different versions of texts, establishing authoritative editions, and producing commentaries that profoundly influenced Western intellectual tradition. The librarians of Alexandria, luminaries such as Zenodotus, Apollonius of Rhodes, Eratosthenes, and Aristarchus of Samothrace, were not merely custodians, but leading intellectuals who developed sophisticated cataloging systems, including the Pinakis by Callimachus, a monumental biobibliographical survey of Greek literature organized by genre and author, which served as a foundational model for future library classification. The organization of scrolls within these ancient libraries involved storing them in pigeonholes or on shelves, often in bundles or jars, with identification tags or tituli attached to the end of the scroll, indicating the author and title, allowing for easier retrieval in a collection that could stretch for miles if unrolled. The process of reading a scroll was a physical endeavor, requiring the reader to unroll it with one hand while rolling it up with the other, a method that limited simultaneous consultation of multiple texts and often necessitized the assistance of a scribe for copying or dictation. The meticulous work of copying texts was central to the Alexandrian project, with scribes diligently reproducing works from various cultures, translating them into Greek, and ensuring the library's collection grew continuously through acquisition, sometimes even by requisitioning books from ships docking in Alexandria's port, a practice that highlights the library's aggressive collection development policies. Beyond its vast collection, the Library of Alexandria fostered an intellectual ecosystem that included lecture halls, anatomical theaters, observatories, and botanical gardens, making it a true research institute that integrated various disciplines and promoted interdisciplinary inquiry, a model that would inspire academic institutions for millennia. As the Roman Empire rose to prominence, it inherited and adapted many of the Hellenistic library traditions, establishing numerous public and private libraries throughout its vast domain, reflecting a society that increasingly valued literacy, rhetoric, and the preservation of classical learning. Roman libraries often featured grand architectural designs, incorporating statues of authors, intricate frescoes, and comfortable reading areas, signifying their status as cultural monuments and centers of intellectual life, accessible to a wider segment of the elite population than their Greek predecessors. The first public library in Rome was established by Asinius Pollio in 39 BCE, followed by many others built by emperors like Augustus, Tiberius, and Trajan, whose famous Ulpian library within Trajan's Forum was renowned for its extensive collections of both Latin and Greek literature, often housed in separate wings to facilitate organization and access. These Roman libraries were typically organized into two main sections, one for Greek works and one for Latin works, a practical division reflecting the bilingual nature of Roman scholarship and the importance of both cultural traditions. The physical form of the book underwent another significant transformation during the Roman period with the gradual emergence of the Codex, a format consisting of folded sheets bound together along one edge, which offered distinct advantages over the scroll, including easier navigation, greater durability, and more efficient use of writing material. While scrolls remained prevalent for centuries, particularly for official documents and literary works, the Codex, initially favored by early Christians for its convenience in handling multiple scriptures and its discreet appearance during periods of persecution, slowly gained ascendancy due to its practical benefits. The ability to quickly flip between pages, to write on both sides of the material, and to create a more compact and durable object made the Codex a superior format for complex texts, scholarly reference, and personal reading, paving the way for the modern book as we know it. This shift from scroll to codex was not instantaneous, but a gradual evolution spanning several centuries, ultimately revolutionizing the way information was stored, accessed, and disseminated, profoundly impacting library design and the very act of reading itself. With the decline of the Western Roman Empire and the subsequent fragmentation of political authority, the organized preservation of knowledge largely shifted to monastic institutions, which became the primary custodians of learning during the early medieval period, particularly in Western Europe. Monasteries, such as those founded by St. Benedict, emphasized manual labor and intellectual pursuits, including the copying of manuscripts, making them vital centers for the transcription, preservation, and study of both religious and classical texts. The monastic scriptorium, a dedicated room or area within the monastery, became the hub of intellectual activity, where monks meticulously copied, illuminated, and bound manuscripts, often working for hours in silence, their efforts ensuring the survival of countless ancient works that would otherwise have been lost to history. These monastic libraries, though often smaller and more specialized than their ancient predecessors, played an indispensable role in maintaining a continuous thread of literacy and scholarship through what is sometimes referred to as the Dark Ages, safeguarding the intellectual heritage of antiquity. The organization of monastic libraries was often pragmatic, with books typically stored in wooden chests or armaria, cupboards, within the cloister, chapter house, or a dedicated library room, sometimes chained to desks to prevent theft, a common practice given the immense value of each hand-copied manuscript. Cataloging systems were rudimentary but effective for their smaller collections, often consisting of simple lists or inventories, sometimes categorized by subject or size, reflecting the practical needs of the monastic community for liturgical texts, theological treatises, and a limited selection of classical authors. The Benedictine rule, with its emphasis on reading and study, directly fostered the growth of these libraries, as monks were required to engage in regular spiritual reading, necessitating a supply of books that steadily expanded over the centuries. Monasteries like Monte Cassino in Italy, St. Gallen in Switzerland, and Wearmouth Jarrow in England became renowned for their extensive scriptoria and significant collections, serving as intellectual beacons and centers of cultural transmission across Europe. During the Islamic Golden Age, which flourished from the 8th to the 13th centuries, an unparalleled intellectual renaissance took place, leading to the establishment of vast and sophisticated libraries across the Muslim world that far surpassed those in contemporary Europe in terms of size, scope, and scholarly activity. Cities like Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba became vibrant centers of learning, where scholars from diverse backgrounds engaged in translation, original research, and a systematic collection of knowledge from Greek, medieval, and other Muslim world, Persian, Indian, and other traditions. The House of Wisdom, Beit al-Hikmah in Baghdad, founded in the 9th century, was not merely a library, but a comprehensive research institution, translation bureau, and academy, housing an immense collection of manuscripts covering philosophy, medicine, astronomy, mathematics, and geography, attracting scholars who translated and critically analyzed ancient texts, often adding their own groundbreaking contributions. This institution played a crucial role in preserving and transmitting classical Greek knowledge to the West, as many Greek texts were translated into Arabic, studied, and commented upon, before later being retranslated into Latin during the High Middle Ages, thus fueling the European Renaissance. Islamic libraries, often known as Khizanat al-Kutub, treasuries of books, were typically well-funded and meticulously organized, with professional librarians overseeing their collections, which could number in the hundreds of thousands of volumes, a scale unimaginable in Europe at the time. These libraries were often open to the public, fostering a culture of literacy and intellectual inquiry, and some even provided free paper, pens, and ink for scholars, demonstrating a profound commitment to the dissemination of knowledge. The Fatimid Caliph's library in Cairo, for example, was said to contain over 1 million volumes, and the Great Library of Cordoba in Al-Andalus, Islamic Spain, boasted a collection of around 400,000 books, making it one of the largest and most significant libraries in the world during its zenith. These collections were meticulously catalogued, sometimes using sophisticated subject classification systems, and often included detailed bibliographies and biographical entries for authors, reflecting a highly advanced approach to information management. The production of books in the Islamic world was also a highly organized industry, with entire districts and cities dedicated to booksellers, scribes, binders, and illuminators, ensuring a steady supply of new works and copies of older texts for these burgeoning libraries. As Europe emerged from the early medieval period, the establishment of universities in the 12th and 13th centuries, such as those in Paris, Bologna, and Oxford, created a new demand for books and a different model of library, one geared towards the needs of students and scholars engaged in systematic theological, legal, and philosophical study. University libraries initially consisted of small collections of chained books, often donated by benefactors or acquired through bequests, housed in communal spaces where students could consult them under supervision, reflecting the high value and scarcity of manuscripts. The chained library, where books were literally fastened to desks or shelves by chains to prevent theft, remained a common feature in university and cathedral libraries for several centuries, a testament to the preciousness of each volume before the advent of printing. These collections focused heavily on scholastic texts, biblical commentaries, patristic writings, and classical authors deemed essential for the university curriculum, with a strong emphasis on Latin as the language of scholarship. The invention of the printing press with movable type by Johannes Gutenberg in the mid-15th century marked another monumental turning point in the history of libraries, ushering in an era of unprecedented book production and fundamentally altering the economics and accessibility of written information. Books could be produced in large quantities, relatively quickly and cheaply, leading to a dramatic increase in literacy rates, the spread of new ideas, and a burgeoning demand for printed materials that transformed the nature and scale of library collections. No longer were libraries solely repositories of unique, hand-copied manuscripts. They became vast collections of mass-produced printed books, requiring new methods of organization, cataloging, and physical storage to manage the exponential growth in their holdings. The transition from manuscript to print culture was a gradual process, but its impact on libraries was profound, democratizing access to knowledge in ways previously unimaginable and laying the groundwork for the modern public library movement. Early printed books, known as incunabula, meaning in the cradle or swaddling clothes, referring to books printed before 1501, often mimicked the appearance of manuscripts, using similar typefaces, abbreviations, and decorative elements. But their reproducibility meant that libraries could acquire multiple copies of important works, making them more widely available. The sheer volume of printed material necessitated the development of more sophisticated cataloging systems than the simple inventories used for manuscript collections, leading to the creation of author title catalogs, subject indexes, and eventually more complex classification schemes to organize vast and diverse collections. Private libraries also flourished during this period, as wealthy individuals, scholars, and nobles amassed impressive collections of printed books, reflecting their intellectual interests, social status, and a growing appreciation for the printed word as both a source of knowledge and a cultural artifact. These private collections often formed the nucleus of future public or academic libraries, as they were frequently bequeathed to institutions or acquired by them over time. The Reformation and Counter-Reformation in the 16th century also had a significant impact on libraries, as religious conflicts led to the destruction of some collections deemed heretical, while others were established or expanded to promote specific theological viewpoints. For example, Protestant reformers, emphasizing individual Bible study, encouraged the production and dissemination of vernacular Bibles, leading to their widespread inclusion in libraries and fostering greater lay literacy. Conversely, the Catholic Church, through the Council of Trent and the establishment of the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, Index of Prohibited Books, sought to control access to certain texts, influencing collection development policies in Catholic libraries and highlighting the ongoing tension between censorship and the free flow of information. Despite these challenges, the overall trend was towards the expansion of libraries, both in number and size, as print culture took firm root across Europe. During the Age of Enlightenment in the 17th and 18th centuries, libraries became increasingly recognized as essential institutions for the advancement of reason, scientific inquiry, and public education, reflecting a growing belief in the power of knowledge to improve society. Monarchs and enlightened despots established grand national libraries, such as the British Museum Library, now the British Library, and the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, aiming to collect and preserve the intellectual output of their respective nations and make it accessible to scholars. These national libraries often benefited from legal deposit laws, which mandated that publishers submit copies of all their printed works to the National Library, ensuring comprehensive collection development and the preservation of national cultural heritage. The architecture of these Enlightenment-era libraries often reflected their grand ambitions, with soaring ceilings, intricate decorative details, and vast reading rooms designed to inspire awe and facilitate scholarly contemplation. The 19th century witnessed the rise of the modern public library movement, particularly in Great Britain and the United States, driven by social reformers, philanthropists, and government initiatives who believed that free access to books was crucial for an educated citizenry and a healthy democracy. The Public Libraries Act of 1850 in the United Kingdom, for example, allowed local authorities to establish and fund public libraries, marking a significant step towards universal access to knowledge. In the United States, figures like Andrew Carnegie, a prominent industrialist and philanthropist, funded the construction of thousands of public libraries across the country and around the world, making accessible learning a cornerstone of civic life and establishing a network of institutions that continue to serve communities today. These public libraries, often built with impressive architecture and designed to be welcoming spaces, aim to provide educational resources, cultural enrichment, and recreational reading materials to people of all social classes, transcending the historical limitations of private, monastic, or university collections. The organization of these burgeoning public libraries required increasingly sophisticated classification systems to manage their rapidly expanding collections, leading to the development of influential schemes like the Dewey Decimal Classification by Melville Dewey in 1876 and the Library of Congress classification in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. These systematic approaches to organizing books by subject using numerical or alphanumeric codes allowed for efficient shelving and retrieval of materials, making large collections navigable for both librarians and patrons. The professionalization of librarianship also gained momentum during this period, with the establishment of library schools and professional associations dedicated to developing best practices, ethical standards, and specialized training for library staff, recognizing the complex skills required to manage and curate vast collections of knowledge. Librarians transitioned from being mere custodians of books to active facilitators of information access, educators, and community leaders. As the 20th century progressed, libraries continued to evolve, adapting to new technologies and changing societal needs, expanding their roles beyond traditional book lending to include a wider array of services and resources. The advent of microforms, for example, provided a compact and durable way to preserve brittle historical documents and newspapers, allowing libraries to expand their collections without requiring vast amounts of physical space. Audio recordings, films, and later video cassettes and CDs found their way into library collections, transforming libraries into multimedia centers that catered to diverse learning styles and entertainment preferences. The mid-20th century also saw the growth of special libraries dedicated to specific fields such as law, medicine, or corporate research, providing highly specialized information services to professionals and researchers in those domains, demonstrating the adaptability of the library model to niche information needs. The latter half of the 20th century brought the revolutionary impact of computing and digital technologies, which profoundly reshaped every aspect of library operations, from cataloging and circulation to information storage and access.
The development of online public access catalogs, OPACs,
replaced traditional card catalogs, allowing patrons to search library holdings electronically and remotely, greatly enhancing discoverability and convenience. The digitization of library collections began in earnest, with projects aimed at converting physical books, manuscripts, and other materials into digital formats, making them accessible to a global audience through the internet, transcending geographical barriers and physical limitations.
This digital transformation led to the creation of vast online repositories,
digital archives, and institutional repositories, allowing libraries to preserve and disseminate unique scholarly output and cultural heritage in new and powerful ways. The Internet and the World Wide Web, in particular, presented both opportunities and challenges for libraries, as they navigated the transition from being primary gatekeepers of information to becoming guides and facilitators in an increasingly complex and overwhelming information landscape. Libraries embraced their role as providers of internet access to the public, bridging the digital divide and ensuring that everyone, regardless of socioeconomic status, could access online resources and develop digital literacy skills. They also became crucial providers of training in information literacy, teaching users how to critically evaluate online sources, distinguish reliable information from misinformation, and effectively navigate the vast digital ocean of data. The concept of the library without walls emerged, emphasizing the ability to access library resources and services remotely, anytime and anywhere, through digital platforms and online databases. In the 21st century, libraries continue to innovate, transforming themselves into dynamic community hubs that offer a wide range of services beyond traditional book lending, reflecting their enduring commitment to education, culture, and intellectual growth in an ever-changing world. Modern libraries often feature makerspaces equipped with 3D printers, laser cutters, and other tools, providing opportunities for creative exploration and skill development. They host coding classes, job search workshops, language learning groups, and cultural events, positioning themselves as vital centers for lifelong learning, community engagement, and social connection. The emphasis has shifted from merely housing collections to actively fostering knowledge creation, collaboration, and community building, making libraries indispensable anchors in their respective communities. Libraries are increasingly involved in data curation and digital preservation, grappling with the challenges of ensuring the long-term accessibility and integrity of born digital materials, from scientific datasets to personal digital archives, recognizing that the digital heritage of today will be the historical record of tomorrow. They play a critical role in supporting open access initiatives, advocating for the free and immediate online availability of scholarly research, and helping researchers manage their data and comply with open science mandates. The global network of libraries continues to strengthen through international collaborations, shared cataloging efforts, and cooperative resource sharing, ensuring that knowledge remains a collective human endeavor, accessible across borders and cultures. This continuous adaptation and expansion of services demonstrate the enduring relevance and essential nature of libraries, proving that they remain indispensable institutions for fostering education, culture, and intellectual growth, silently guarding the whispered path of knowledge as the world sleeps. The quiet hum of servers and the gentle rustle of turning pages echo through the vast digital and physical spaces of modern libraries, a testament to their continuous evolution from ancient clay tablets to global information networks, each era building upon the foundations laid by its predecessors. As the digital age dawned, libraries faced a new frontier, transforming from mere repositories of physical objects into dynamic hubs of information access, embracing the internet not as a threat, but as an unprecedented opportunity to expand their reach and diversify their services. This profound shift necessitated a re-evaluation of traditional librarianship, prompting institutions to invest heavily in digital infrastructure, high-speed internet connections, and sophisticated content management systems to curate and disseminate electronic resources effectively. The concept of a digital library emerged as a powerful paradigm, offering users instant access to vast collections of e-books, academic journals, historical archives, and multimedia content from virtually anywhere with an internet connection, transcending geographical limitations that once defined access to knowledge. The creation of robust metadata standards, such as MARC, machine-readable cataloging, and Dublin Core, became critically important for organizing and retrieving digital information, ensuring that users could efficiently locate relevant materials amidst the ever-growing ocean of online data. Librarians, traditionally experts in cataloging physical books, adapted their skills to the intricacies of digital object description, learning to tag, index, and classify electronic resources to maximize discoverability and interoperability across different platforms. This digital transformation also brought forth the challenge and opportunity of preserving born digital content, materials created exclusively in electronic formats, which lack a physical counterpart and require continuous migration, emulation, and robust storage solutions to prevent obsolescence and data loss over time. The Internet Archive, for instance, stands as a monumental example of a non-profit digital library dedicated to building a digital library of internet sites and other cultural artifacts in digital form, offering free public access to collections of digitized materials including websites, music, moving images, and millions of books. The advent of open access initiatives further revolutionized scholarly communication, with libraries playing a pivotal role in advocating for and hosting institutional repositories that make research outputs freely available to the global community, bypassing traditional subscription models that often restrict access. These repositories not only increase the visibility and impact of academic research, but also serve as valuable archives for an institution's intellectual output, contributing to the broader public good by democratizing knowledge. Libraries also became crucial partners in digital literacy education, offering workshops and training sessions to help patrons navigate the complexities of the internet, evaluate online information critically, and develop essential digital skills for the 21st century, bridging the digital divide for many communities. The provision of public computers, free Wi-Fi, and technical assistance became standard offerings in many libraries, transforming them into vital community technology centers where individuals could access essential services, pursue educational opportunities, and connect with the wider world. Beyond digital resources, libraries continue to innovate their physical spaces, transforming them into vibrant community hubs that foster collaboration, creativity, and lifelong learning, moving beyond the traditional quiet study model. Modern library architecture often incorporates flexible learning spaces, comfortable seating arrangements, group study rooms, and even makerspaces equipped with three-dimensional printers, laser cutters, and other tools, encouraging hands-on experimentation and skill development. These learning commons or discovery centers are designed to be dynamic, adaptable environments that support diverse learning styles and activities, from individual research to collaborative projects and community events. The integration of cafes, art exhibits, and performance spaces further enhances the library's role as a cultural anchor, attracting a broader audience and fostering a sense of community engagement. The concept of library as place gained renewed importance in the digital age, recognizing that while information can be accessed anywhere, the physical library offers unique benefits such as serendipitous discovery, human interaction, and a dedicated environment conducive to deep concentration and intellectual pursuit. Many libraries have also embraced their role as civic engagement centers, hosting public forums, debates, and discussions on important societal issues, providing neutral ground for community dialogue and fostering informed citizenship. Specialized collections such as local history archives, genealogical resources, and rare book rooms continue to draw researchers and enthusiasts, preserving unique cultural heritage and offering invaluable primary source materials that cannot be replicated digitally. The meticulous care and preservation of these physical artifacts, often under controlled environmental conditions, underscore the library's enduring commitment to safeguarding the material record of human civilization. The evolution of library classification systems, from ancient subject-based lists to modern hierarchical structures, reflects the increasing complexity of human knowledge and the continuous effort to organize it logically for efficient retrieval. The Dewey Decimal Classification, developed by Melville Dewey in 1876, became one of the most widely used systems globally, organizing all knowledge into 10 main classes, each further subdivided, allowing for precise categorization and shelf arrangement. This systematic approach revolutionized library organization, making collections more accessible to users who could browse by subject and locate related materials easily. Another influential system, the Library of Congress classification, developed for the vast collections of the U.S. Library of Congress, offers a more granular and expansive scheme, particularly suited for large academic and research libraries with highly specialized holdings. These classification systems are not static. They undergo continuous revisions and updates to accommodate new fields of study, emerging technologies, and evolving societal perspectives, ensuring that the organization of knowledge remains current and relevant. The process of cataloging, which involves assigning classification numbers, subject headings, and descriptive information to each item, requires specialized expertise and adherence to international standards, ensuring consistency and interoperability across different library systems. The development of standardized bibliographic records, such as those facilitated by the MARC format, allowed libraries to share cataloging data efficiently, reducing redundant effort and promoting a more unified approach to information organization worldwide. This collaborative spirit in cataloging underpins the vast networks of resource sharing and interlibrary loan, enabling patrons to access materials held in other institutions, significantly expanding the scope of available resources beyond any single library's collection. The history of libraries is also intertwined with the history of literacy and education, as these institutions have historically served as crucial centers for learning and intellectual development, often preceding formal educational systems. In ancient Mesopotamia, temple and palace archives, which housed cuneiform tablets containing administrative records, legal codes, and literary texts, were instrumental in training scribes and scholars, preserving knowledge for future generations. The Library of Alexandria, founded in the 3rd century BCE, was not merely a repository, but a vibrant center of scholarship, attracting leading intellectuals from across the Hellenistic world who engaged in research, translation, and critical textual analysis, contributing significantly to advancements in science, philosophy, and literature.
Its vast collection, estimated to have reached hundreds of thousands of scrolls, represented the pinnacle of ancient intellectual ambition and served as a model for subsequent scholarly institutions. During the Roman Empire, public libraries began to emerge, often funded by wealthy patrons or emperors, making books accessible to a broader segment of the population, though still primarily the educated elite. These libraries, often attached to bathhouses or forums, served as symbols of cultural sophistication and provided spaces for reading, study, and intellectual discourse, reflecting Rome's appreciation for Greek learning and its own burgeoning literary tradition. The transition from scrolls to codices, books with pages bound together, in the late Roman period significantly improved the portability, durability, and ease of use of written materials, making libraries more efficient to organize and texts more convenient to consult. This technological innovation laid the groundwork for the modern book format and profoundly influenced the development of library practices. In the medieval period, monasteries became the primary custodians of knowledge in Western Europe, with monastic scriptoria meticulously copying and preserving religious texts, classical works, and scientific treatises during an era of significant political and social upheaval. These monastic libraries were often small but incredibly valuable, housing the intellectual heritage of centuries and serving as centers for scholarly activity, where monks dedicated their lives to transcribing, illuminating, and studying manuscripts. The Benedictine order, in particular, emphasized the importance of reading and study, making the library an integral part of monastic life and ensuring the survival of many ancient texts that would otherwise have been lost. The painstaking labor involved in producing each manuscript meant that books were rare and precious commodities, often chained to desks to prevent theft and ensure their availability for communal use. The establishment of universities in the 12th and 13th centuries, such as those in Paris, Bologna, and Oxford, led to the development of academic libraries designed to support the educational and research needs of students and faculty. These university libraries gradually expanded their collections beyond theological works to include texts on law, medicine, philosophy, and the liberal arts, reflecting the broader curriculum of medieval universities. The invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg in the mid-15th century marked a revolutionary turning point in the history of libraries, democratizing access to knowledge by making books far more affordable and widely available than ever before. This technological leap transformed libraries from exclusive preserves of the elite into institutions with the potential to serve a much larger public, profoundly impacting literacy rates and the spread of ideas across Europe. The Reformation and the subsequent Counter-Reformation further spurred the growth of libraries, as both Protestant and Catholic factions sought to disseminate their doctrines through printed materials, leading to an explosion in the production of books and pamphlets. National libraries began to emerge in the early modern period, often formed from royal collections
or the confiscation of monastic libraries, aiming to collect and preserve the entire intellectual output of a nation. The British Library, the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, and the Library of Congress are prominent examples of national libraries that grew to become vast repositories of human knowledge, fulfilling a mandate to acquire, preserve, and make accessible a comprehensive record of their respective nations' publications. These institutions play a critical role in legal deposit, requiring publishers to submit copies of their works, thereby ensuring the long-term preservation of a nation's cultural and intellectual heritage. The Enlightenment era witnessed a renewed emphasis on reason, science, and education, leading to the establishment of numerous public and subscription libraries that catered to a growing literate middle class, fostering intellectual discourse and the dissemination of new ideas. Benjamin Franklin, a key figure in the American Enlightenment, founded the Library Company of Philadelphia in 1731, America's first successful lending library, which operated on a subscription model and played a crucial role in promoting literacy and intellectual development in the colonies. This model of shared resources and communal access to books laid the groundwork for the modern public library system, demonstrating the power of collective action in making knowledge accessible. The 19th century saw the widespread establishment of free public libraries, particularly in the United States and Great Britain, often supported by philanthropic efforts and local government funding, driven by the belief that access to information was essential for an informed citizenry and a thriving democracy. Andrew Carnegie, the Scottish-American industrialist and philanthropist, became a monumental figure in the history of public libraries, funding the construction of over 2,500 library buildings across the English-speaking world between 1883 and 1929, transforming the landscape of public access to knowledge. His philosophy held that libraries were vital engines of self-improvement and social mobility, providing opportunities for education and cultural enrichment to all segments of society, regardless of their economic status. These Carnegie libraries, often built with distinctive architectural styles, became iconic symbols of community learning and civic pride, serving as cornerstones for intellectual and social development in countless towns and cities. The development of library schools and professional librarianship in the late 19th and early 20th centuries further solidified the library's role as a distinct and respected profession, with specialized training in collection development, cataloging, reference services, and library administration. The 20th century witnessed significant expansions in library services, including the introduction of children's libraries, outreach programs, and specialized collections catering to diverse community needs, reflecting a growing commitment to inclusivity and accessibility. The development of audiovisual materials, such as records, films, and later videotapes, brought new dimensions to library collections, offering alternative formats for learning and entertainment. The proliferation of microforms, microfilm, and microfiche provided a space-saving solution for preserving vast quantities of historical newspapers, journals, and archival documents, ensuring their long-term survival and accessibility for researchers. These technological advancements continually reshaped the physical and functional aspects of libraries, demonstrating their adaptability and responsiveness to changing information landscapes. The post-World War II era saw a renewed emphasis on international cooperation among libraries, leading to the establishment of organizations like the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, which promotes global standards, best practices, and the free flow of information across national borders. IFLA's work has been instrumental in fostering professional development, advocating for intellectual freedom, and addressing global challenges related to information access and preservation, uniting librarians worldwide in a shared mission. The rise of information science as an academic discipline further broadened the scope of librarianship, incorporating theories and methodologies from computer science, cognitive psychology, and communication studies to better understand how information is created, distributed, and used, organized, retrieved, and used. This interdisciplinary approach has been crucial in navigating the complexities of the digital information environment and developing innovative solutions for information management. The concept of intellectual freedom, the right of every individual to seek and receive information from all points of view without restriction, has always been a bedrock principle of librarianship, with libraries actively defending against censorship and ensuring access to a wide range of materials, even those that may be controversial. This commitment to open inquiry and the free exchange of ideas is fundamental to the library's role in fostering an informed and democratic society, providing a neutral space where diverse perspectives can be explored. Librarians often serve as vital advocates for privacy rights in the digital age, protecting patron data and resisting attempts to monitor or restrict access to information, upholding the ethical imperative to safeguard individual liberties in the pursuit of knowledge. The enduring legacy of libraries lies not only in their vast collections, but also in their unwavering dedication to these core values, which continue to guide their mission in an ever-changing world.
The intricate dance between preservation and access defines much of the modern library's mission, especially concerning rare and fragile materials, where the delicate balance between safeguarding artifacts for future generations and making them available for scholarly use requires careful consideration and specialized expertise. Conservators and preservation librarians employ a range of techniques, from environmental controls for temperature and humidity to specialized binding and repair methods, ensuring the physical integrity of ancient manuscripts, historical documents, and rare printed books. Digitization projects have emerged as a powerful tool in this endeavor, creating high-resolution digital surrogates of fragile items, which can then be accessed by a global audience without risking damage to the original artifact, thus expanding access while simultaneously enhancing preservation. These digital copies also serve as invaluable backups in the event of unforeseen disasters, offering a crucial layer of protection for irreplaceable cultural heritage. The development of institutional repositories, often managed by academic libraries, plays a vital role in capturing, preserving, and disseminating the intellectual output of universities and research institutions, including faculty publications, student theses, and research data, ensuring their long-term accessibility and visibility.
These repositories contribute significantly to the open access movement, making scholarly work freely available to the public and increasing the impact of academic research by removing financial and geographical barriers to access. Furthermore, libraries are increasingly involved in data curation and management, assisting researchers in organizing, describing, and preserving their datasets, ensuring these valuable resources remain accessible for future generations. Softly, breathing out, voice slowing down, open access, data management, preservation, these are the threads that weave together the fabric of modern libraries. Their legacy is one of constant care, quiet vigilance, and a belief in the transformative power of knowledge. And preserving their research data in accordance with best practices, recognizing that data itself is a valuable intellectual asset requiring careful stewardship. This expanded role highlights the library's evolving function as a comprehensive information hub, supporting the entire research lifecycle, from data creation to dissemination and long-term preservation. The concept of information literacy has become a cornerstone of library instruction, moving beyond basic computer skills to encompass the ability to effectively locate, evaluate, and use information from a variety of sources, fostering critical thinking and responsible information consumption. Librarians teach patrons how to distinguish credible sources from misinformation, understand the biases inherent in different types of information, and ethically use and cite sources, equipping them with essential skills for navigating the complex information landscape of the 21st century. These educational programs are offered to students of all ages, from elementary school children learning research basics to university students conducting advanced scholarly inquiry and community members seeking to enhance their lifelong learning abilities. The library thus serves as a vital educational partner, complementing formal schooling and providing continuous learning opportunities for individuals throughout their lives. The role of libraries in promoting cultural diversity and inclusivity is also paramount, with collections reflecting a wide range of voices, perspectives, and experiences, ensuring that all members of the community see themselves represented within the library's offerings. Libraries actively acquire materials in multiple languages, host cultural events, and partner with diverse community organizations to celebrate different traditions and foster cross-cultural understanding. This commitment to inclusivity extends to accessibility services, with libraries providing materials in accessible formats such as large print, audiobooks, and braille, and ensuring that physical spaces are welcoming and navigable for individuals with disabilities. The provision of assistive technologies and specialized software further enhances accessibility, ensuring that everyone has equitable access to the library's resources and services, embodying the principle that knowledge should be universally available. The quiet revolution of library automation, beginning in the mid-20th century with early computer systems and evolving into sophisticated integrated library systems, transformed library operations, streamlining tasks such as circulation, cataloging, acquisitions, and serials management. These systems allowed libraries to manage vast collections more efficiently, provide real-time access to catalog information, and offer enhanced services like online renewals and interlibrary loan requests, significantly improving the user experience. The development of discovery layers and federated search tools further simplified the process of finding information across multiple databases and formats, presenting a unified interface for users to explore the library's diverse holdings, whether physical or digital. This continuous technological innovation underscores the library's commitment to leveraging the best available tools to connect users with the information they need, demonstrating a dynamic adaptability that has characterized these institutions throughout their long history. The future of libraries, while undoubtedly shaped by emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and virtual reality, will continue to be anchored by their fundamental mission to connect people with knowledge, foster community, and preserve the intellectual and cultural heritage of humanity. As information continues to proliferate at an unprecedented rate, the curatorial expertise of librarians in sifting through vast amounts of data, evaluating its credibility, and organizing it meaningfully will become even more indispensable. The library's enduring role as a trusted, neutral space for learning, discovery, and social interaction remains vital in an increasingly complex and interconnected world, providing a beacon of intellectual freedom and community engagement that adapts and thrives through every historical epoch, silently safeguarding the whispered path of knowledge as the world sleeps. The library's enduring role as a trusted, neutral space for learning, discovery, and social interaction remains vital in an increasingly complex and interconnected world, providing a beacon of intellectual freedom and community engagement that adapts and thrives through every historical epoch, silently safeguarding the whispered path of knowledge as the world sleeps. As the quiet hum of the modern library gently fades, our journey through the annals of intellectual preservation transports us back to the very origins of organized knowledge, to the ancient Near East, where the earliest forms of writing first emerged, fundamentally transforming the way information could be stored and retrieved across generations. Imagine the bustling city-states of Sumer, where around 3200 BCE, meticulous scribes began pressing cuneiform wedge-shaped marks onto soft clay tablets, creating durable records of economic transactions, legal codes, and even early literary works, which were then carefully catalogued and stored in temple archives and royal palaces. These early collections, though not libraries in the modern sense with public access, represented foundational steps in the systematic accumulation of written knowledge, providing a tangible link between past events and future understanding. The sheer volume of these clay tablet archives was astonishing, with archaeological excavations at sites like Ebla in Syria revealing thousands upon thousands of tablets meticulously arranged on shelves according to subject matter, indicating a sophisticated organizational system that predates many later library practices. Each tablet, often inscribed on both sides and sometimes enclosed in a clay envelope for protection or to indicate its contents, served as a discrete unit of information, collectively forming vast repositories of administrative decrees, astrological observations, medical texts, and epic poems like the Epic of Gilgamesh, allowing scholars and rulers to consult a comprehensive record of their civilization. The process of creating these tablets was labor-intensive, requiring skilled scribes to master hundreds of cuneiform signs, ensuring the accuracy and legibility of the information, which was then fired in kilns to achieve a remarkable permanence, defying the ravages of time for millennia. Moving westward, the ancient Egyptians developed their own distinctive writing system, hieroglyphs, and a revolutionary new medium for recording information, papyrus, derived from the pith of the papyrus plant, which grew abundantly along the Nile River. Unlike the heavy and brittle clay tablets, papyrus sheets could be joined together to form long scrolls, offering a more flexible and portable format for texts, significantly expanding the potential scope and accessibility of written works. The transition from clay to papyrus marked a pivotal moment in the history of libraries, facilitating the creation of larger, more comprehensive collections that were easier to transport and consult, thereby promoting the dissemination of knowledge across wider geographical areas. The great temple libraries and royal archives of ancient Egypt, such as the legendary House of Life associated with temples like Edfu and Karnak, served as centers of learning where scribes, priests, and scholars studied religious texts, medical treatises, astronomical observations, and historical records. These institutions were not merely storage facilities, but active intellectual hubs where texts were copied, translated, and interpreted, ensuring the continuity of Egyptian culture and scientific understanding for thousands of years. The meticulous care with which papyrus scrolls were prepared, inscribed with elegant hieroglyphs or hieratic script, and then stored in wooden chests or earthenware jars, speaks to the profound reverence the Egyptians held for written knowledge and its power to transcend mortality. As we journey further into antiquity, the Hellenistic period witnessed the zenith of ancient library development, most famously embodied by the legendary Library of Alexandria, founded in the 3rd century BCE under the patronage of the Ptolemaic dynasty. This monumental institution was not merely a collection of scrolls, but a vibrant intellectual ecosystem encompassing a museum, lecture halls, and botanical gardens, attracting scholars from across the known world to engage in research, debate, and translation. The ambition of the Ptolemies was to collect every book ever written, sending agents across the Mediterranean to acquire or copy scrolls, even famously seizing books from ships entering the harbor to transcribe them before returning the originals, demonstrating an unparalleled dedication to universal knowledge acquisition. The Library of Alexandria's collection was immense, estimated to have housed hundreds of thousands of papyrus scrolls, each representing a distinct work or part of a larger work, meticulously catalogued and organized by its chief librarians, who were themselves eminent scholars like Callimachus, Eratosthenes, and Aristarchus. Callimachus, in particular, is credited with creating the Pinakes, a monumental bibliographic catalogue comprising 120 books, which organized the library's holdings by author and subject, effectively establishing the foundational principles of library classification and bibliography that would influence future library practices for centuries. This systematic approach to organizing vast quantities of information was crucial for scholars navigating the immense collection, allowing them to locate specific texts and conduct comprehensive research across diverse fields of knowledge. Beyond its role as a repository, the Library of Alexandria was a powerhouse of scholarship, where groundbreaking work in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, philosophy, and literature flourished, contributing significantly to the intellectual heritage of the Western world. Scholars at Alexandria meticulously edited, collated, and commented on classical Greek texts, ensuring their preservation and accurate transmission, a critical service given the variations that could arise from repeated manual copying. The intellectual ferment within its walls fostered an environment of critical inquiry and innovation, making it a beacon of learning that profoundly shaped the course of ancient thought and scholarship. However, the decline and eventual destruction of the Library of Alexandria remain subjects of historical debate, with various accounts attributing its demise to fires, warfare, or gradual decay, serving as a poignant reminder of the fragility of knowledge and the constant threat posed to cultural heritage by political instability and neglect. Regardless of the precise circumstances, the loss of such an unparalleled collection represented an incalculable blow to human knowledge, leaving an enduring scar on the collective memory of intellectual endeavor and underscoring the importance of safeguarding our shared cultural patrimony. Following the Hellenistic era, the Roman Empire inherited and adapted many aspects of Greek library culture, establishing numerous public and private libraries throughout its vast domain, reflecting a growing appreciation for literature, history, and rhetoric among the Roman elite. Roman libraries, often housed in magnificent architectural structures adorned with statues and frescoes, served as symbols of cultural prestige and intellectual sophistication, providing citizens with access to a wide array of Greek and Latin texts. The practice of building public libraries, initiated by figures like Asinius Pollio and later expanded by emperors such as Augustus and Trajan, democratized access to knowledge to an unprecedented extent, allowing a broader segment of society to engage with written works. These Roman libraries, like the famous Ulpian Library in Trajan's Forum, were meticulously organized, with scrolls stored in pigeonholes or cupboards along the walls, often labeled with tags indicating their contents, making them relatively easy to browse. The Roman emphasis on law, administration, and engineering meant that their collections often included extensive legal codes, historical annals, and technical treatises, alongside literary masterpieces and philosophical works. The widespread use of Latin as the lingua franca of the empire ensured a consistent textual tradition, facilitating the copying and dissemination of texts across provinces, thereby unifying the intellectual landscape of the Roman world. The transition from scrolls to codices, which began during the late Roman Empire and gained widespread adoption by the 4th century CE, represented another revolutionary shift in the format of written information, profoundly impacting library practices. A codex, essentially a book with pages bound together at one edge, offered significant advantages over the scroll. It was easier to navigate, allowing readers to quickly flip between pages. It was more compact and durable, and it could hold more text in a smaller physical space, making collections more manageable. This innovation, initially favored by early Christians for their sacred texts, eventually became the dominant format for all written works, fundamentally reshaping the way books were produced, stored, and read. As the Roman Empire gradually fragmented and declined in the West, the role of preserving and transmitting knowledge largely fell to monastic institutions, which emerged as crucial custodians of learning during the early medieval period. Monasteries, often isolated from the political turmoil of the collapsing empire, became sanctuaries for books and scholarship, where monks meticulously copied ancient texts, both secular and religious, ensuring their survival through what is often termed the Dark Ages. The monastic scriptorium, a dedicated room for writing, became the heart of intellectual activity, where scribes, often working in silence for long hours, painstakingly reproduced manuscripts by hand, illuminated them with intricate artwork, and bound them into codices. Monastic libraries, such as those at Monte Cassino in Italy, St. Gall in Switzerland, and Clonmacnoise in Ireland, amassed impressive collections of theological treatises, classical literature, historical chronicles, and scientific texts, serving as vital intellectual centers that kept the flame of learning alive. The Benedictine rule, with its emphasis on manual labor and spiritual reading, fostered an environment conducive to scholarly pursuits, making the preservation and study of books an integral part of monastic life. These libraries were not merely storage facilities, but active workshops where texts were not only copied, but also studied, commented upon, and sometimes even created, contributing new knowledge to the existing body of works. The systematic organization of these monastic libraries, though varying from one institution to another, often involved storing books in presses or chests, sometimes chained to reading desks to prevent theft, reflecting the immense value placed on these precious manuscripts. Catalogues, though less sophisticated than Callimachus's Pinaeus, were maintained to keep track of the collections, indicating the growing awareness of the need for systematic inventory and retrieval. The dedication of these monastic scribes and librarians ensured that a significant portion of classical and early Christian literature survived the tumultuous early medieval period, forming the bedrock upon which later intellectual revivals would be built. The Carolingian Renaissance in the 8th and 9th centuries, spearheaded by Charlemagne, marked a significant resurgence of learning and literacy in Western Europe, with a renewed emphasis on education and the establishment of cathedral and monastic schools. Charlemagne actively promoted the copying and preservation of classical texts, recognizing their importance for administrative efficiency, legal reform, and the spiritual renewal of his empire. This period saw a standardization of script, the Carolingian minuscule, which greatly improved legibility and facilitated the wider dissemination of texts, making books more accessible and readable than ever before. Cathedral schools, like those at Reims and Tours, developed their own libraries, often complementing monastic collections and focusing on texts relevant to theological education, liturgy, and the liberal arts. These libraries played a crucial role in training clergy and administrators, disseminating knowledge, and fostering intellectual discourse across the Carolingian realm. The efforts of scholars like Alcuin of York, who advised Charlemagne on educational reforms, were instrumental in revitalizing intellectual life and expanding the reach of libraries, ensuring that knowledge continued to be valued and preserved. As we move into the High Middle Ages, the emergence of universities in cities like Paris, Bologna, and Oxford fundamentally transformed the landscape of libraries and scholarship, shifting the focus from monastic isolation to urban intellectual hubs. Universities required extensive collections of books for teaching and research across various disciplines, including theology, law, medicine, and philosophy, leading to the development of new library models. University libraries, often supported by benefactors and the university itself, became central to academic life, providing students and masters with access to the authoritative texts required for their studies. These university libraries introduced innovations such as the Pichia system, particularly prevalent at the University of Paris, where approved exemplars of texts were divided into sections, petiae, and rented out to scribes for copying, allowing for the rapid and standardized production of multiple copies of essential textbooks. This system, while ensuring textual accuracy, also facilitated the growth of university libraries by making books more readily available and affordable for students and scholars. The practice of chaining books to desks, known as chained libraries, also became common in university and cathedral libraries during this period, protecting valuable manuscripts from theft in increasingly open and accessible spaces. The collections of these medieval university libraries were meticulously organized, often catalogued by subject and sometimes even by the physical location of the books within the library. The development of more sophisticated cataloging methods and the increasing demand for books led to the emergence of professional librarians, individuals responsible for managing the collections, overseeing copying, and facilitating access for scholars. These medieval librarians played a critical role in shaping the intellectual environment of the universities, ensuring that knowledge was not only preserved, but also actively utilized for teaching and research. The Renaissance, beginning in the 14th century, brought about a profound reawakening of interest in classical antiquity, leading to a fervent search for lost classical texts and a renewed emphasis on humanistic scholarship. Private libraries of wealthy patrons, princes, and popes, such as the Medici Library in Florence and the Vatican Library in Rome, grew exponentially, reflecting the intellectual curiosity and cultural prestige associated with owning extensive collections of classical and contemporary works. These private libraries often housed exquisite illuminated manuscripts, reflecting the artistic and intellectual aspirations of their owners, and served as centers for scholarly exchange and intellectual patronage. The invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg in the mid-15th century revolutionized book production and had an unprecedented impact on the history of libraries, ushering in an era of mass-produced books that were more uniform, cheaper, and widely available than ever before. This technological innovation transformed libraries from repositories of rare and precious manuscripts into dynamic centers for the dissemination of printed knowledge, fundamentally altering the scale and scope of collections. The sheer volume of printed books meant that libraries could expand their holdings dramatically, making knowledge accessible to a much broader segment of society and fueling the intellectual ferment of the Renaissance and Reformation. Early printed books, known as incunabula, books printed before 1501, were often designed to mimic the appearance of manuscripts, sometimes even leaving space for hand-painted illuminations. Libraries rapidly began acquiring these printed works, integrating them into their existing manuscript collections, and developing new methods for organizing and cataloging the ever-increasing influx of materials. The shift from handwritten to printed texts also brought about new challenges, such as the need for standardized editions and the establishment of copyright practices, which gradually evolved to protect authors and publishers. The Reformation in the 16th century further impacted libraries, as religious conflicts led to the destruction of some monastic libraries and the confiscation of their collections, while others, particularly in Protestant regions, were transformed into public or university libraries. The emphasis on individual interpretation of Scripture and the widespread availability of printed Bibles encouraged literacy and the establishment of new libraries to support religious and scholarly inquiry. This period saw the growth of national libraries, such as the French Royal Library, now the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, and the British Museum Library, now the British Library, which began to systematically collect and preserve the printed output of their respective nations. The Age of Enlightenment in the 17th and 18th centuries fostered a spirit of scientific inquiry, rationalism, and encyclopedic knowledge, profoundly influencing the development of libraries. Enlightenment thinkers, such as Diderot and Voltaire, championed the idea of universal knowledge and the importance of public access to information, advocating for libraries as essential institutions for intellectual progress and societal improvement. Libraries during this period expanded their collections to include a wider range of scientific, philosophical, and political works, reflecting the era's intellectual diversity and its emphasis on empirical observation and reasoned debate. The establishment of subscription libraries and circulating libraries in the 18th century marked a significant step towards democratizing access to books, allowing individuals to borrow books for a fee, thereby extending the reach of literature and knowledge beyond the wealthy elite. These libraries, often precursors to modern public library systems, played a crucial role in fostering a reading public and disseminating new ideas, contributing to the intellectual and social changes of the era. The concept of the library as a public good, accessible to all citizens, began to take root during this period, laying the groundwork for the modern public library movement. The 19th century witnessed the rapid growth of public libraries, particularly in Great Britain and the United States, driven by social reform movements, educational initiatives, and the belief in the transformative power of knowledge for individual and societal upliftment. Legislation, such as the Public Libraries Act of 1850 in the UK, enabled local authorities to establish and fund public libraries through taxation, marking a pivotal moment in the institutionalization of free access to books for all citizens. Philanthropists like Andrew Carnegie later played a monumental role in funding the construction of thousands of public libraries across the English-speaking world, solidifying their presence as cornerstones of community education and cultural enrichment. The professionalization of librarianship also gained momentum in the late 19th century, with the establishment of library schools and professional associations, such as the American Library Association in 1876, which sought to standardize library practices, develop classification systems, and promote the education of librarians. Melville Dewey's decimal classification system, introduced in 1876, provided a systematic and universally applicable method for organizing library collections, greatly improving the efficiency of information retrieval and facilitating interlibrary cooperation. This era also saw the development of card catalogs, which replaced cumbersome book catalogs, offering a more flexible and easily updatable system for inventorying library holdings. The 20th century brought unprecedented challenges and opportunities for libraries, with 2 world wars leading to the destruction of some collections, but also prompting renewed efforts to preserve cultural heritage and promote international cooperation in library development. The rise of mass media, including radio, television, and film, initially posed questions about the relevance of traditional libraries, but libraries adapted by incorporating these new formats into their collections and offering media literacy programs. The post-war period saw a massive expansion of higher education, leading to the growth of academic libraries with increasingly specialized collections and services to support advanced research. The advent of computing technology in the latter half of the 20th century initiated another profound transformation in libraries, moving from manual processes to automated systems for cataloging, circulation, and information retrieval. Early library automation efforts focused on creating machine-readable catalogs, MARC records, which allowed libraries to share cataloging data electronically, reducing duplication of effort and improving efficiency. The development of online public access catalogs, OPACs, replaced traditional card catalogs, providing users with instant access to a library's holdings from terminals within the library and eventually from remote locations. The emergence of the Internet and the World Wide Web in the late 20th century ushered in the digital age for libraries, creating both immense opportunities and complex challenges. Libraries rapidly began digitizing their collections, making rare books, manuscripts, and archival materials accessible to a global audience, thereby democratizing access to cultural heritage and scholarly resources. The development of digital libraries, virtual repositories of electronic resources, complemented physical collections and expanded the reach of libraries beyond their physical walls, allowing users to access information anytime, anywhere. However, the digital revolution also presented libraries with new challenges, including managing digital preservation, ensuring equitable access to digital resources, combating misinformation in the vast sea of online information, and navigating complex copyright issues in the digital realm. Librarians evolved their roles to become information navigators, digital literacy educators, and curators of online content, guiding users through the complexities of the digital landscape and helping them critically evaluate online sources. The concept of the library as a physical space also underwent re-evaluation, transforming into vibrant community hubs, offering not only books but also technology access, meeting rooms, cultural programs, and collaborative learning spaces. In the 21st century, libraries continue to adapt and innovate, embracing emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and virtual reality to enhance their services and expand their reach. AI-powered search tools can help users discover relevant information more efficiently, while data analytics can inform collection development and service provision. Libraries are increasingly becoming centers for digital scholarship, supporting researchers in managing and analyzing large datasets and providing infrastructure for open access publishing. The role of libraries in fostering digital citizenship, promoting media literacy, and bridging the digital divide remains paramount in an increasingly interconnected and information-saturated world. The enduring mission of libraries, from the clay tablet archives of Sumer to the digital repositories of today, has always been to collect, organize, preserve, and provide access to information, ensuring that the accumulated knowledge of humanity is available for present and future generations. They stand as testaments to the human desire to learn, to understand, and to connect with the wisdom of the past, acting as silent guardians of our collective intellectual heritage. The story of libraries is a continuous narrative of adaptation, resilience, and unwavering commitment to the power of knowledge. A narrative that continues to unfold with every new discovery, every new format, and every new reader who steps through their doors, whether physical or virtual, seeking enlightenment and understanding. The story of libraries, a grand tapestry woven from countless threads of human ingenuity and intellectual curiosity, continues to unfold through the ages, revealing how these sacred spaces evolved from mere repositories of written words into dynamic centers of learning and community engagement, reflecting the shifting tides of civilization itself. Following the ancient world's magnificent collections and the monastic scriptoria that preserved knowledge through the Dark Ages, the Renaissance ushered in a profound transformation, breathing new life into the concept of the library as humanism flourished and the rediscovery of classical texts ignited an unprecedented intellectual fervor across Europe. This period saw the emergence of private libraries among wealthy patrons, scholars, and royalty, who, driven by a renewed appreciation for ancient Greek and Roman literature, amassed impressive personal collections that often rivaled smaller institutional holdings, meticulously commissioning scribes and illuminators to produce exquisite copies of newly unearthed manuscripts. The invention of the printing press by Johannes Gutenberg around 1440 marked an epochal turning point, fundamentally revolutionizing the production and dissemination of books and, consequently, the very nature of libraries, moving them from exclusive, labor-intensive manuscript collections to more accessible, albeit still precious, printed volumes. This technological leap dramatically reduced the cost and time required to produce books, leading to an exponential increase in the number of available texts and fostering a burgeoning literate class eager to consume this newfound abundance of information, thereby expanding the potential audience for libraries far beyond the cloistered walls of monasteries and royal courts. Early printed books, known as incunabula, were often collected with the same reverence as manuscripts, and their acquisition became a hallmark of intellectual prestige, shaping the collecting policies of emerging university libraries and the nascent public institutions that would slowly begin to take shape. The Vatican Library, formally established in 1475 by Pope Sixtus IV, stands as a prime example of a Renaissance library, not only for its vast collection of manuscripts and incunabula, but also for its architectural grandeur, designed to inspire awe and reflect the Church's commitment to scholarship and the preservation of sacred and secular knowledge. Its establishment signaled a shift from the more utilitarian monastic libraries to institutions that also served as symbols of power and cultural sophistication, attracting scholars from across the continent who sought access to its unparalleled resources, thus solidifying its reputation as a preeminent center of learning. Across Europe, universities like Oxford and Cambridge also began to expand their library holdings significantly during this period, recognizing the critical role that comprehensive collections played in supporting academic inquiry and the education of future generations of scholars, lawyers, and theologians. The Reformation in the 16th century, while causing significant upheaval and the destruction of some monastic libraries, paradoxically also spurred the creation of new libraries, particularly in Protestant regions, as reformers sought to establish their own intellectual and theological foundations, often by translating and printing religious texts in vernacular languages, making them accessible to a wider populace. This era saw the rise of national libraries, often formed from confiscated ecclesiastical properties, which began to consolidate vast collections under state control, laying the groundwork for the modern concept of a national repository of a country's intellectual output. The Bodleian Library at the University of Oxford, reopened in 1602 by Sir Thomas Bodley, exemplifies this transformative period, establishing a groundbreaking policy of acquiring a copy of every book published in England, a precursor to modern legal deposit systems that ensure comprehensive national collections. During the Enlightenment of the 18th century, libraries became increasingly viewed as engines of progress and reason, embodying the era's commitment to knowledge dissemination and critical inquiry, moving further away from purely theological or aristocratic pursuits towards a broader intellectual engagement with science, philosophy, and political thought. The establishment of subscription libraries and circulating libraries during this period marked a crucial step towards democratizing access to books, allowing individuals who could not afford to purchase extensive personal collections to borrow books for a fee, thereby fostering a more widespread culture of reading and intellectual engagement among the middle classes. These commercial ventures, though sometimes criticized for their focus on popular fiction, played a vital role in expanding literacy and intellectual discourse beyond the elite, demonstrating a growing public appetite for accessible knowledge. The French Revolution, with its radical restructuring of society, profoundly impacted libraries, leading to the nationalization of vast collections from aristocratic and ecclesiastical estates, which were then consolidated into new national and departmental libraries, most notably contributing to the exponential growth of the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. This massive influx of books presented both opportunities and challenges, requiring new systems of cataloging and organization to manage the immense volume of material, pushing librarians to develop more sophisticated methods for intellectual access and physical arrangement. The concept of the universal library, a repository of all human knowledge, gained traction during this period, reflecting the Enlightenment's grand ambitions and the belief in the power of comprehensive information to uplift society. The 19th century witnessed the true birth of the modern public library movement, particularly in the United States and Great Britain, driven by social reformers who believed that free access to education and information was essential for an informed citizenry and a thriving democracy, leading to the establishment of tax-supported institutions open to all members of the community. Andrew Carnegie, the Scottish-American industrialist and philanthropist, became a pivotal figure in this movement, funding the construction of over 2,500 libraries worldwide between 1883 and 1929, transforming the landscape of public access to knowledge and cementing the library's role as a cornerstone of civic life. These Carnegie libraries, often built with distinctive architectural styles, provided not only books but also reading rooms, lecture halls, and community spaces, becoming vibrant hubs of intellectual and social activity in towns and cities across the globe. The development of standardized cataloging systems, such as the Dewey Decimal Classification, introduced by Melville Dewey in 1876, and the Library of Congress classification, developed in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, revolutionized library organization, providing systematic methods for arranging and retrieving books that allowed for efficient access to increasingly vast and diverse collections. These classification systems, though complex, enabled libraries to manage millions of items, ensuring that users could navigate the intellectual landscape of a library with greater ease and consistency, thereby enhancing the utility and accessibility of these growing institutions. The professionalization of librarianship also gained momentum during this period, with the establishment of library schools and associations dedicated to training librarians in the scientific principles of collection management, information retrieval, and public service, transforming librarymanship into a recognized and respected profession. As the 20th century progressed, libraries continued to evolve, adapting to new technologies and societal needs, expanding their services beyond mere book lending to include a wide array of resources such as periodicals, newspapers, maps, photographs, and eventually audio and video recordings, reflecting the diversifying formats of information. The advent of microforms, including microfilm and microfiche in the mid-20th century, provided a crucial solution for preserving deteriorating historical documents and newspapers, while also allowing libraries to acquire vast quantities of material in a compact format, making rare or bulky items more accessible and reducing storage demands. Academic libraries in particular grew exponentially during this period, supporting the expansion of higher education and the proliferation of specialized research fields, becoming indispensable partners in scholarly inquiry and scientific advancement. The latter half of the 20th century brought the digital revolution, which began to fundamentally reshape the library landscape, initially through the automation of cataloging and circulation systems, moving from physical card catalogs to computerized databases, significantly streamlining library operations and improving efficiency. The development of the Internet and the World Wide Web in the 1990s ushered in an entirely new paradigm for information access, presenting both unprecedented opportunities and significant challenges for libraries, as digital resources began to complement and, in some cases, supersede physical collections. Libraries rapidly embraced these new technologies, developing online public access catalogs, OPACs, creating digital repositories of unique local content, and subscribing to vast databases of electronic journals and ebooks, ensuring their continued relevance in an increasingly digital world. The concept of the digital library emerged as a powerful vision, aiming to provide seamless access to digitized versions of physical collections and born digital content from anywhere with an internet connection, transcending geographical barriers and offering unparalleled convenience to users. Projects like the Internet Archive and Google Books sought to digitize millions of books, making them freely available to a global audience, raising complex questions about copyright, preservation, and the role of commercial entities in managing the world's intellectual heritage. Libraries, however, remained crucial in this digital transition, not only as providers of access to these new resources, but also as educators, helping patrons navigate the complexities of online information, evaluate sources critically, and develop essential digital literacy skills. Today's libraries are vibrant, multifaceted institutions that serve as community anchors, offering far more than just books, providing access to computers, high-speed internet, educational programs, job search assistance, cultural events, and collaborative workspaces, reflecting their commitment to lifelong learning and civic engagement. They have become essential providers of digital equity, offering free internet access and technology training to individuals who might otherwise be excluded from the digital world, thereby bridging the digital divide and ensuring that all members of society have opportunities to participate in the information economy. Modern librarians are information professionals who possess a diverse skill set, ranging from traditional cataloging and reference services to digital curation, data management, and community outreach, continuously adapting to the evolving needs of their diverse user populations. The preservation of digital information has become a paramount concern for libraries in the 21st century, as digital files are susceptible to obsolescence, corruption, and the rapid pace of technological change, necessitating complex strategies for long-term archiving and ensuring future access to our digital heritage. This includes developing robust digital preservation infrastructures, migrating data across different formats, and establishing trusted digital repositories that can guarantee the authenticity and integrity of electronic records for generations to come, a challenge far more intricate than preserving physical artifacts. Libraries also play a critical role in promoting open access initiatives, advocating for the free availability of scholarly research and educational resources, thereby challenging traditional publishing models and fostering a more equitable and inclusive global knowledge commons. The architecture of contemporary libraries often reflects their evolving roles, incorporating flexible spaces that can accommodate a variety of activities, from quiet study areas and research carrels to bustling collaboration zones, children's learning centers, and performance venues. designed to foster creativity, discovery, and community interaction. These modern designs frequently emphasize natural light, sustainable materials, and advanced technological infrastructure, creating inviting and inspiring environments that encourage exploration and engagement with knowledge in all its forms. The concept of the learning commons has gained prominence, integrating library services with academic support, writing centers, and technology assistance, creating a holistic environment where students can access a wide range of resources and expertise in a single, supportive setting. Special collections within libraries continue to hold immense cultural and historical value, safeguarding rare books, manuscripts, archives, and unique artifacts that provide invaluable insights into human history, literature, and scientific endeavor, serving as primary sources for scholarly research and public appreciation. These collections require specialized care, including climate control, secure storage, and expert conservation techniques, to ensure their long-term survival and accessibility for future generations, often attracting researchers from around the world who seek to engage directly with these irreplaceable treasures. From ancient papyri to medieval illuminated manuscripts, from the first printed books to the personal papers of influential figures, these special collections offer tangible links to the past, reminding us of the enduring power of the written word and the objects that carry it. The role of libraries in fostering intellectual freedom and combating censorship remains a cornerstone of their mission, as they stand as staunch defenders of the right to read, to inquire, and to access diverse perspectives, providing a crucial bulwark against attempts to restrict information or control public discourse. Librarians actively champion intellectual freedom principles, resisting challenges to materials, protecting user privacy, and ensuring that collections represent a broad spectrum of viewpoints, thereby upholding the democratic ideals of open inquiry and informed decision-making. Through their commitment to providing equitable access to information and fostering critical thinking, libraries empower individuals to engage with complex issues, challenge assumptions, and contribute meaningfully to the ongoing dialogue of society. The global network of libraries, encompassing national, academic, public, school, and special libraries, forms an interconnected web of knowledge and cultural exchange, facilitating international collaboration, resource sharing, and the preservation of diverse linguistic and cultural heritage. International library organizations, such as the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, play a vital role in setting professional standards, promoting best practices, and advocating for libraries on a global scale, fostering cooperation and understanding across national boundaries. This interconnectedness allows researchers to access materials from distant collections, enables libraries to share expertise and resources, and ensures that the collective wisdom of humanity remains accessible and vibrant for all. The future of libraries, while undoubtedly shaped by continued technological advancements and evolving societal needs, will likely see them further embracing their roles as community hubs, digital navigators, and curators of both physical and virtual knowledge, continually adapting to remain indispensable resources in a rapidly changing world. They will continue to innovate in how they deliver services, leveraging artificial intelligence for personalized recommendations, employing virtual reality for immersive educational experiences, and exploring new ways to engage users with information and creativity. Ultimately, libraries will persist as essential institutions that champion literacy, learning, and intellectual freedom, standing as enduring testaments to the human desire to learn, to understand, and to connect with the wisdom of the past, acting as silent guardians of our collective intellectual heritage. The story of libraries is a continuous narrative of adaptation, resilience, and unwavering commitment to the power of knowledge, a narrative that continues to unfold with every new discovery, every new format, and every new reader who steps through their doors, whether physical or virtual, seeking enlightenment and understanding. From the earliest clay tablets inscribed with cuneiform in Mesopotamia, meticulously cataloging economic transactions and epic poems like Gilgamesh, to the papyrus rolls meticulously copied and stored in the Grand Library of Alexandria, which famously aimed to house every book ever written, libraries have always been at the forefront of information preservation and dissemination.
The transition from unwieldy scrolls to the more manageable codex format, bound pages protected by covers, marked a significant revolution in accessibility, allowing for easier browsing and more efficient storage within monastic scriptoria, where dedicated scribes painstakingly reproduce texts by hand, ensuring the survival of classical knowledge through the Middle Ages. These monastic collections, often featuring illuminated manuscripts adorned with intricate artwork, serve not only as centers of learning, but also as vital repositories for religious doctrine, scientific treatises, and philosophical discourse, safeguarding intellectual treasures during tumultuous periods when literacy was largely confined to the clergy.